call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingame, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCollum, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and the guests in the gallery please rise? Thank you. Thank you. Please rise for the invocation to be given by Senator Juan Barnett, and it will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator DeBar. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. And to this great body and to all who are assembled here today, as well as those in the gallery. Before we pray, I would like to read just a few verses from the 1 Kings, 3rd chapter, where Solomon had went up and prayed. And he said, "And your servant is in the midst of your people, whom you have chosen, a great people, too many to be numbered, or counted for multitude. Give your servant, therefore, an understanding mind to govern your people, that I may discern between good and evil. For who is able to govern this, your great people?" Let us pray. Father God, this morning, those who you have chosen to be in these positions, Father, we come to you as Solomon and asking, Father God, that you give us wisdom to lead your people, Father God, realizing this morning that you gave them to us to lead, Father God, and for us to make the best decisions for them, not for any selfish reasons, not for any political reasons, not even for any party reasons, but to lead them, Father God, in the way that you would have us to. Father God, not only that, we ask you this morning that you allow your Holy Spirit, Father God, to cover this whole building, Father God. Father God, we ask that you be a hedge of protection around us. And Father God, we ask that you bless the leaders, Father God, the Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker, and our Governor of this great state of Mississippi, and all who make up this assembly this morning. Father God, we thank you for your traveling grace to this place this morning. And Father God, we ask that you return us home safely and find it as we left it. And Father God, we can't thank you enough. And these blessings and these prayers that we ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Thank you, Senator DeBar. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. Recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Polk. If we work hard, that'll be your last time. All right, introduction to guests. Introduction of guests, please. Senator Younger. Senator Younger passes. Anyone else on introductions? Anyone else? Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce a few guests today. First of all, I'll start with my mayor from Vicksburg, former state representative and great friend of ours, the Honorable George Flaggs. And also, well, we've got a lot of guests in the House today. I don't know if they're going to be introduced in other proceedings, but I see also former State Senator Charlie Ross. And the former governor of the great state of Mississippi, Ronnie Musgrove. I see a cadre of folks that appear to be here on the south side of the gallery with the honoree this morning, and I'll let, maybe the honoree wants to introduce them. If not, we'll certainly come back to them at the appropriate time and have them introduced. But thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Browning, for what purpose, ma'am?
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I'd like the Senate to help me welcome Mr. Bill Yates from my hometown of Philadelphia that is here to help us recognize former Commissioner Dick Hall. Thank you, Mr. Yates, for being with us.
Thank you. And thank you, Bill, for all the work you do for Mississippi. And Senator Kaufman, are you good?
Thank you, Mr. President. I see two of Simpson County's finest over there in the corner. I see Commissioner Andy Gibson, good friend of mine, and also Mr. Brad White over there as well. Two great friends of mine and two great Simpson Countyans. Welcome.
Okay. We have a long day, but we start with a very positive event. Senator McCon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my distinct honor today to stand before you in one of our last days of this session to honor a man of great wisdom who knew this institution, who knows this institution, and continues to be a man that we can call on for advice. I was not fortunate to serve with Commissioner Hall, or Senator Hall, or Representative Hall. But it is my pleasure today, on behalf of myself and Senator Suber, along with many others who are on the proclamation, to ask for floor privileges, maybe at the wrong time, Mr. President, as they're already on the floor, but for many people that are here on behalf of Commissioner Dick Hall. It is at this time I ask for floor privileges for Mrs. Hall, Brad White, Bill Yates, Billy Bob Sakoon, Mike Flood, and Ray Ballantyne.
Privileges are granted. Will the Sergeant at Arms please escort our guests to the chamber floor?
Mr. President, it is at this time that I would ask that the title be read to the proclamation.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Mississippi State Senate, Lieutenant Governor C. Delbert Hoseman Jr. as President of the Senate, and Senators Tyler McCon, President Pro Tempore Dean Kirby, J. Walter Michel, Benjamin Suber, John Horn, Hillman Frazier, David Jordan, David Blunt, Jennifer Branning, Hob Bryan, and Briggs Hobson, extend the recognition of the Mississippi Senate for the public career and legacy of former Central District Transportation Commissioner, former Mississippi Senator, and Representative Dick Hall. Whereas Dick Hall completed 21 years as Central District Transportation Commissioner in 2019. Prior to being elected Commissioner, Hall served 24 years in the Mississippi Legislature. His experience in the Mississippi Legislature was extremely broad-based, serving 3 terms as a representative and 3 terms as a senator. In both the House and the Senate, Hall chaired the Environment Committees of each chamber, respectively. Other chairmanships included the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee and the Senate Appropriations Committee, the first Republican to occupy this position in over 100 years.
Let's give him a big round of applause. If you have an opportunity to look at this proclamation, you'll see a photo of the Appropriations Committee from when it was chaired by then Senator Dick Hall. And you will still see some faces from this chamber in that photo. They were young, but they got the business done. At this time, Mr. President, I would ask for speaking privileges for 2 individuals And I would ask that Brad White be recognized to introduce Commissioner Dick Hall and say just a brief word about that, and then speaking privileges for Commissioner Dick Hall.
Mr. White, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, and thank you, Senate, for pausing in what I know is a very busy day to pay tribute to Commissioner Hall and to honor his remarkable 45-year career. On the way over here this morning, I was thinking of one of my favorite stories in the Bible about the conversion of Paul. And as you know, when he was converted and he tried to get into the ministry, none of the disciples, none of the Christians at the time had a lot of trust in him because of his past. And God used Barnabas to step up and to vouch for him, to state his faith in him, and to open the doors for him to be able to go about the work the Lord had for his life. And whether we realize it or not, all of us that picked this line of work for our business, we require a Barnabas or two in order to be successful. And Dick Hall is chief among those people that have been a Barnabas in my life. We met when I was a teenager in the early 90s, getting involved in politics. Years later, in 99, Governor Fordyce appointed him Transportation Commissioner, and he saw fit to bring me over to be a part of his staff, and that introduced me to public service, and it also introduced me to the wonderful men and women of the Department of Transportation, which by and large are filling these galleries today. Furthermore, I can tell you that I wouldn't have a college degree if it wasn't for Dick Hall and his interest in my life. Much like Mississippi, my life is much better off because of Dick Hall and his contributions. And at this time, it's my pleasure to introduce Commissioner Dick Hall.
Commissioner Hall, you're recognized.
One more thing, we have not gotten our budget yet, so be nice.
Yeah, I would like to say, boy, why didn't y'all do all this years ago? Well, I am surprised. I had no idea this was going to be like this, and I'm really kind of overwhelmed. And I have enough, and I do want to make a couple of remarks, and I know, let me let you know, I know that I'm not going to be the last one standing between you and that doorway when that last gavel falls today. I know you're anxious to get out of here. First of all, thank you for the Senate, for the House, and for your leadership during this session. You've had a terrific bottom line. You didn't look so hopeful a couple of weeks ago, but you really did. The Senate is an honorable institution, and what you did, you have added to that legacy. Thank you for doing that. You're going to be able to go home, and people are going to be really proud of what you have done. Republicans and Democrats. I have so many people to thank. Let me start by thanking Almighty God for giving me the opportunity to do this, do what I have done. Just grace is just abounding. And so many good friends that I have made doing along the way. I can't even start to name the ones of you here. I do appreciate my wife, Jennifer, who's put the last 22 years putting up with this, with me. And I want to thank, and we have so many elected officials here today. I'm so surprised. I don't want to start naming, I'll miss somebody, but I've got to say something about Governor Musgrove being here. I got to tell you this quickly. When he appointed me, when I first came to this Senate, I was one of 4 Republicans in this body of 52. When Governor Musgrove, when he became Lieutenant Governor a little later, I know there were still less than 10 Republicans in here. And he, a Democrat, appointed me chairman of the Senate committee. And I was active in national conference state legislatures. And I travel around the country and see different other legislators, different states. And it always, how in the world, explain that to me. How in the world you get to be chairman of the Senate Appropriations and appointed by a Democrat? And I told him, well, there just wasn't enough of us to be a problem. Well, you Democrats here today, you know how I felt. But then I was fortunate to move on to another job as Commissioner of Transportation, and the other commissioners are here today, and I really appreciate them showing up for this event. And I had the opportunity then to you know, I promise I'm gonna move along here, Jennifer. Don't yell at me. One of the frustrating things about serving in the legislature is you pass these bills that come law that you think this is going to get done. This is going to get done the way I envision it, and it doesn't. That's called the legislative branch. Over in that executive branch, you actually get to do things to completion. Didn't get as many things done the last 20 years as I wanted to because of a lack of resources. But I want to thank y'all for what you have done this year for the Mississippi Department of Transportation. You got a new program going. You took care, the salary adjustments that you made are tremendous. You're going to be able to keep good people now. It was becoming a real problem losing the good people we had at the Mississippi Department of Transportation. And I tell you what, that's a great organization, and I really enjoyed working with them. So I have so many more things to say. I got so many more people here that I should recognize and speak to, but I know you're ready to wind your business up, and I can understand that. Thank you for having me. Again, God blesses all of you, and God bless the great state of Mississippi. Goodbye.
Mr. President, as we present this resolution, I would ask for Senator Josh Harkins to be recognized for a final presentation.
Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner, Dr. Mark Keenum and your alma mater wanted to present you a token of, for their gratitude for your sacrifice, your leadership, and your service not only to your community, to your university, but to the state of Mississippi. And so here is your silver cowbell. I know you'll get a lot of good use out of that.
Yeah. For anybody taking a photo.
Yes, anyone that would like to take a photo, please come down. I would inform the Senate that I worked on Dick Hall's first campaign for the House of Representatives. I'm coming down.
Commissioner?
How are you, man? You all right? Sorry, I'm jumping your way.
Thank you for what you've done for us. We wouldn't have to be a better state if it wasn't for you. Yes, sir. Good. Good citizen. Come on in, son. Yes, sir. Get my shot. Congratulations. Picture retired. I need a picture with him. I was here with him. I'll do it. Okay, I appreciate it. May I have a picture with you? Absolutely. You bet. That's good. Commissioner? Yes, sir. That works. All right, bring it back up. You want to open it up? Tom here. I just want to say this down. So, that was a great space. Good. Good to see you. Right, Coach. I should have mentioned you. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. That's what I'm used to. Well, serve you two places. Excuse me. Thanks for letting me have your chair. How's your deer? It's good. That's always good to get a chance to go. Oh, yes. I'm going to get it out of my way. I shoot you down there. Yeah, I learned. I've been watching you a long time ago. Well, you're very kind. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good luck to you.
Hey, Mayor. How are you? It's good to see you. How's Jim good?
Okay, we're going to move to the calendar. We have a busy day. And before we get there, Senator Kirby, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, today we have some really special guests. As you see them standing up there, we have the Brandon High School cheerleaders, and their coaches are Amber King, Will Emmons, and Chara Shearer. And let me tell you a little bit real briefly about them. We've already passed a resolution for them. This group is more than outstanding. This group is the 6A state champions. So they're not only the state champions, they're the national champions. In addition to that, they're the grand national champions. You can't win any more than they've won. They're the best. If you would, ladies, continue standing and let your Senate make you welcome.
Congratulations. Congratulations, and welcome to your Senate. Senator Moran, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have a special guest with me today up in our South Gallery. If you would, Scott, please stand. My nephew, Scott Westerfield, was the kicker at Mississippi State in '99 and 2000. Bulldog fans in there might remember him. Please help him make him feel welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Welcome back. All right, moving to the calendar. Move to the calendar. Chairman Kirby. Pass and retain items 1 and 2, Chairman McMahon. Pass and retain 3 and 4, Chairman Hobson.
Nope. Motion reconsider.
Pardon me?
Before he starts.
I'm sorry. Chairman Harkins, I missed one.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 4 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1663, bonds, authorized issuance for various purposes.
My motion is we reconsider the vote by which it passed to recommit for further conferencing. So my motion is we reconsider the vote by which it passed.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Now my motion is we recommit for further conferencing.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Harkins. Senator Hobson, for the first of many.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may have your indulgence for just one moment. Mr. President, before we get started on appropriations bills, a couple of observations I think would be good. First of all, I'm thankful that you didn't follow Governor Musgrove's lead and appoint a Democrat to the appropriations chairmanship. So thank you for that, Mr. President.
You're welcome, Senator, I think.
Second, as an introduction out of order, if I may, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Our good friend, former colleague, Senator Terry Burton is in the chamber today. And Terry, if you would stand, let us recognize you.
Good to have you back, Senator Burton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought I would give kind of an overview of where we are in the appropriations process and talk generally about the budget for a few minutes before we start taking up bills. First of all, I want to say that I expect most of you that have been through this process a number of years, you understand how this works, that we're going to have stops and starts today, and if it goes to tomorrow, hopefully it won't, but if it does, we're going to have a lot of stops and starts on how this goes. We'll have some bills that we pass. Hopefully they're all good and they get through and we can sail on and sine die. There is the real possibility that there are going to be some glitches. Some may be typographical errors. Some may be, we left something out that we intended to put in there. But I want to say it was not intentional. There's been a lot of hard work that both you and certainly the staff have done to get us to this place. And when you're working as many hours and as late at night as folks like Corbin are right here and staff members, there's always the chance that you're going to find something after you've had another set of eyeballs on it. So I do expect there could be some mistakes throughout the day that we need to correct. Not the kind of mistakes, our position is firm, but there may be some technical things that have been left out that we need to come back to. Also, as you know, and I've talked about this year, that oftentimes we have corrections when we come back in the next year. We didn't realize that the money that was going to one organization actually should have been, even though it was intended to go for this project, it should have gone to another organization. And so we may have to come back at the beginning of next year and clean up some of those things. The overall budget on general funds that we will utilize this year is right under $6.3 billion. 6297 is the number. We have, as you remember, we have a revenue estimate of about 6987. One of the things that I asked Corbin to do in the process of determining the how we stand with the tax cut, we ran a bunch of numbers and processes on how we're going to do this. And if you look at the number that if you put the whole tax cut in with the inflation and you took out the 2% set aside, we were really almost right on the number where we were. Obviously, we're not doing the tax cut in 1 year, but we did, just as a precaution, we put in enough money that it would have come out to almost exactly where we ended up. I think one of the other good things you're going to see in this budget, and Senator Harkins, you notice he has not gotten up and will not get up to do a bond bill. One of the things that you'll be able to tell your constituents and everybody else is the state typically would do somewhere in the neighborhood of $300–400 million in bonds for things like our state buildings, repair and renovation, IHL, community colleges, and other projects around the state that need help in renovation, refurbishment, et cetera. There will be no bond bill this year, so no additional debt. That's one of the great things about this budget this year, and I am hopeful that we can keep this going. I would love to change the process as we go forward, where we're taking on little or no debt every year. So that's a real plus in this year's budget. One other thing that you'll see when you look at general funds, I want you to know is the numbers that we've looked at on the increases. You take out the money that we've got for absorbing them, and then also some of that's capital expense too, by the way. But we've looked at inflation and we've looked at the growth of government. You take out the teacher pay raise, which is just under $250 million, and this budget grew about 3.1% roughly, give or take a few percentage points. That's a good, when you consider where we are, inflation right now, they reported to us, is at 6.2%. So our government growth, of course the teacher pay raise does change that some, but the government growth on every other spending is about half of what inflation is. Now some can look at that as a good thing, some can look at it as bad. You factor in the teacher pay raise, that's obviously some government, additional government spending, but it's not like we're out, spending money that's not keeping up with what our government is. I said this before, government, just like your own pocketbook, it's not static. The dollar that you had 10 years ago or 5 years ago even doesn't get you the same purchasing power that you had then. Does not happen now. That's just the way it works. If you don't understand that, let's talk economics later on. But as far as the purchasing power of your dollar, I think that's what you try to understand, because what you should know too is it costs more. We just had the Department of Transportation in here. It costs more for them to run their vehicles. It costs more for them to build roads. It costs more for our troopers to go up and down the road. It costs more to purchase a computer. It costs more to purchase a number of things that are in state government. So to keep government services at a level that we expect them to be, we've got to spend a little bit extra money just to keep up with inflationary costs. But I think we've done that in a very responsible way in this budget. Obviously, we've got some additional strong capital expense money. People have asked that. Well, when you consider that some of that's absorbed through these bond projects and R&R projects, you're going to hear a significant increase in roads and bridges that Senator Branning will discuss at some point later. Again, that's going to help, something we can talk about, and something that's going to make a big difference in our state when we talk about improving roads and bridges. We're going to hear about economic development dollars that are spent, ports and economic development sites that we're going to position ourselves to be ready, and we are ready for big. And one other big ticket item that I thought was worth mentioning, most of you, if you pay attention to DHS, I know Senator Blackwell knows this, they're using a computer system that literally was used back when I was in college. That's the kind of system they've got. That we've got to take this whole computer system and software and kind of start over with them, and that's a significant, it's going to be a $54 million project. And it's federally matched, so it's a lot more than that, but the only way to get the federal match is to go ahead and commit to the entire project. So it's a big ticket item, but it's going to make a big difference on the way we do human services and child protective services in our state. And that's something I think in the long run we're going to make our agency, both of those agencies, much more efficient. So a lot of stuff going on there. You're going to see in education, we've got money for school building funds, some increases there, and early learning. Significant funds that Senator DeBar will talk about later. And then, of course, Senator Polk will talk about ARPA funding too. And we've got a lot of real positive things that will happen. So a lot going on in state government and our budget, but I just wanted to give you that overview on kind of where we are. I will tell you, as we go through these budgets, just kind of the general premise, as you know, we're going to start anything that I have that's in addition is going to be over LBR. Remember that LBR is where we are after we've cut out vacancies in agencies and we've cut out one-time spending. We did restore many of the vacancies depending on the agency. We looked at those individually. Some of you subcommittee chairs looked at those. I mean, some agencies just have recent turnover. They need to keep these positions. Some have long time open positions, and we just determined in the negotiation process that we didn't need to keep those pins there. You will also see the same thing that we've talked about throughout. Everybody's been brought up to minimum under SBB, so nobody's going to get paid under the minimum salary as set by the State Personnel Board. And then you'll see also that we have salary progressions in each budget, and that's that ability up to 3% for the agency directors to be able, if they've got some folks that they need to keep in certain areas, they may use it they're going to be limited because SBB is going to limit. They can't go over either 10% or market increase, but if they have, this is what we're working towards, to getting them in the place where they would get they'll get the minimum, they can get some raise if you want to keep a superstar in your agency, but you can't get over a certain amount unless there's some exceptional circumstance that they would have to go before SBB to approve. And then you'll see also that we've got some reappropriations for a few agencies, not all agencies. And then there are some, I'm not going to cover these. I mean, obviously you can take a look at the bills if you want to, but you'll see reappropriations in several of the agencies, and you'll see that some agencies had old invoices, and obviously if it's in previous years, we have to make sure we authorize the payment. They can't pay a previous year's invoice unless we authorize it. So there are a handful of agencies that had some old invoices that need to be paid. So, Mr. President, that's an explanation of kind of the overall budget, and I'll yield for questions if you'd like, or if not, I can just start rolling with the various budget items.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question, sir?
I will yield. Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman, I agree with you. I'm glad the Lieutenant Governor appointed you as our Chairman of Appropriations. And I will say that I do like you a lot as a Republican in this body. There's only one other Republican I like better than you, and that's the Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, brother.
We've already set projects for you, Senator, so good try, but too late.
Mr. Chairman, I know, like you said, your staff and LBO and Corbin, you all have been working just tirelessly over the weekend. And I just have a general question. I know usually at this time of the year, we usually get a summary sheet, and I don't know if one has been prepared, but as you go through the process, it usually helps us move along quicker if we can see that summary sheet. If you don't have it, I understand it. But that's my question.
Corbin just handed me one. I don't know if this is final, but I tell you what, before we get, hopefully by a little after lunchtime, if that's okay. They were working on it late last night, Senator, and because we still got a couple of tweaks and still a few budgets that are hanging out there, but before the end of the day, hopefully we'll have one for everybody, and I'll be happy to come back to anything.
No problem, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question,
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes,
Senator Seymour, you're recognized for a question.
Mr. Chairman, have we divvied out the ARPA money as far as what DEQ or the health department? I looked in here, one of these bills, and it's still zeroed out.
Yeah, Senator Polk's going to cover the ARPA bills in a little bit. I think we have passed some of the general bills on ARPA. In other words, the language that, I think we may have done all of those language bills. Senator Polk will go over that. But then the funding part is going to be taking place today and maybe tomorrow. Hopefully we can get it done today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Seymour.
All right. Okay, Senator, we're ready. We're on number 5.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. And by the way, Mr. President, just so everybody's aware, we're going to kind of skip around on the calendar today. Some bills are just being filed. Some have not been filed. And again, we're going to stop and start some today, but please bear with us.
Chairman Hobson and his staff have been up here literally into 1 o'clock in the mornings putting this together. Senator Hill, For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
We yield for a question, Senator. One moment, Senator Hill.
Yes.
Do we have a sheet, an overview that has all the appropriations and the total of what, how we normally get a sheet that has all of it?
Senator Simmons just asked for that, Senator
Oh, I'm
Hill.
sorry.
Yes, ma'am. He's going to prepare that, and we do not have it currently. Thank you. All right, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we skip items 5 and 6, go to item 7 on today's calendar and have the title read.
5 and 6 retain their place on the calendar. Number 7, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1517, Appropriation Office of Workforce Development for various activities and programs.
I move that we recommit House Bill 1517 for further
Recommit.
conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Next bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip items 8 through 14 and go to item 15 and have the title read.
8 through 14 retain their place on the calendar. Item 15. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1594, Appropriation Fire Academy.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You are recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Fire Academy final budget is $6,981,519, and of that, $5,519,019 is general funds. This does include the health insurance increases, the SEC minimum increases, the salary progression. We funded one vacant pen. We've got general funds for contractual services for software and utilities at the new dormitory. We've got capital expense funds of $1.1 million to purchase aerial apparatus ladder truck for training, $75,000 for the state match to purchase a specialty rescue truck for training, $187,500 capital expense. All three of these are capital expense to purchase specialty fuel for training exercises. And then we've got other special funds for workforce development courses of $100,000. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Back to you, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to go to item 16 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1595, Appropriation Public Employee Retirement System.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to
You're
explain.
recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you. This is the Public Service Commission. Final action is $5,470,197, of which $5,005,703 is general funds. This includes the health insurance increases, SEC squared salary progressions, and restoring vacant pens for a total increase of $280,802 of general funds. Yield for questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions, Senator
I'm sorry,
Norwood?
Mr. President. Mr. President, I skipped ahead. Thank you, Senator Williams. Just notified me that is public service, I said, and I've got PERS instead, so.
That's correct.
Let me read the PERS. Thank you.
Let's go back.
Senator Williams. The total amount on PERS is $19,603,302. All of that is special funds. All of that, none of that's general funds, and that included some increases for health insurance premiums and funding vacant positions. $1,228,236 increase. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you. We're on 17, I think, Senator.
So we skip 17 and go to item 18 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 17 retains its place on the calendar.
House Bill number 1598, Appropriation Arts Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
Move the adoption of the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Total action on the Arts Commission is $7,010,208. Includes $1,423,208 of general funds. It includes the health insurance, salary progressions increases, $150,000 for subsidies increase out of general funds for operational costs. We did include out of the education funds, EEF funds, authorization for the Whole Schools Initiative, and we included capital expense funds of $3 million for a building fund for the Arts Initiative for a total increase of $4,174,985. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you. Senator?
I ask that we skip items 19 through 21, go to item 22, and have the title read.
Clerk, please, items 19 through 21 retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title, 22.
House Bill number 1602, Appropriation Library Commission.
I move that we recommit this matter for further study.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. We're on 23.
I ask that we go to item 23 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1604, Appropriation Environmental Quality, Department of.
I move that we recommit for further study.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Next one.
I ask that we skip item 24 and go to item 25.
24 retains its place on the calendar. 25, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1606, Appropriation Grand Gulf Military Monuments Commission.
I move that we recommit for further study.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Go to 26, sir.
As we skip item 26, go to item 27 and have the title read.
26 retains its place on the calendar. 27, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1608, Appropriation Oil and Gas Board.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Total action for the Oil and Gas Board is all special funds. It's $2,438,826, which includes the health insurance increase, the salary progressions, and replacing 2 vehicles with high mileage. For a total, that amount was $27,500. And again, all special funds, total amounts $85,215 over LBR. I'll yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, passes. Thank you, Senator.
So we go to item 28 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1609, Appropriation Public Service Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. This is the PSC budget. Thank you. And it is $5,470,197, of which $5,005,703 is general funds. It includes the health insurance increase, excuse me, SEC salary progression, and the vacant pens, for a total increase of general funds, $280,802. I'll yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, passes. Thank you, Senator. We're back to number 29, I think.
As we skip 29 and 30 and go to item 31 and have the title read.
29 and 30 retain their place on the calendar. Item 31, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1612, Appropriation Rehabilitation Services Department of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Department of Rehab Services final action is $246,386,621. The general fund portion is $30,532,240. This includes the health insurance increases. It gives them the authority to increase their their disability worker pay by $4,000. That's a total of $1.472 million, $1.472,800. This allows them the state match on the grant. It gives them 17 pens for rehab services, along with a 50% state match on the community-based waiver program, administrative costs, 1.347 million increase in the wages for $1 per hour for many of their workers, and it includes $485,252 increase for home and community-based waiver slots that they've got available. So the total increase to LBR is $7,419,555 of general funds over LBR.
Okay.
Actually, that it does include the federal fund, the authority to increase their employees 4,000 with federal funds. If there's any questions, I'll yield. If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Yield.
I will
Senator.
yield, yes.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hobson. Seemed like we were able to give them a little more money in hopes of using as match the federal dollars, and we'll be able to address some of the needs that they have over there with some of that money.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, Senators request the use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passed. Thank you, Senator. I think we go to 32.
We'll skip item 32 and 33, Mr. President, and go to item 34 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1616, Appropriation Forestry Commission.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to
You're
explain.
recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Forestry Commission final action is $27,239,223, of which $15,383,889 is general funds. This includes an increase of funding and salaries for the LBR cut for vacancies that we restored. That was $793,984. It does include $300,000 of special funds that we replaced with general funds for loss of revenue during the pandemic period. It includes $27,972 of funding and salaries for health insurance premium increases for a total increase over LBR of $1,121,956. I'll yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Okay, other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senators request the use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? The court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Senator?
As we go to item 35 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1617, Appropriation Soil and Water Conservation Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The final action on the Soil and Water Conservation Commission is $25,645,898. Most of this is federal or other special funds. The only amount of general funds is $584,679. They do have a $204,905 increase over LBR, which included the health insurance, salary progressions, restoring vacancies, expanding a federal grant and agreements, federal funds, costs for educational events and supplies, special funds, and then a spending authority for the special funds for the Natural Resource Conservation Education Fund. I'll yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the roll call.
Thank you. Senator, any questions? Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 36, sir.
As we go to item 36 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1624, Appropriation Marine Resources Department of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the DMR budget, and there's a lot to the budget, including the projects that we've got in there for the Tidelands funds and the projects we have in there for the Go Mesa funds. I'm not going to go through those. Obviously, if you've got questions about those individual projects that are listed, you need to review the bill and let me know. But I think most of the people, the coast delegation has probably looked at this 10 times already, and they're familiar with each of these projects. But the changes on the financial aspect of the budget, well, first of all, the final action for DMR was $121,542,508. The only portion of general funds in that budget is $2,715,364. They do have the health insurance increase, the salary progression increase, the vacancies funded. We did add this year, some of you may remember, a derelict vessel. We passed a derelict vessel bill. I think Senator Moran and Ports and Marines passed that. That was $500,000 of general funds. We've got, out of federal funds, the authority for them to purchase 2 vehicles. And then we've got the Go Mesa projects and subsidies for those projects and the Tidelands projects included in the bill. So the total increase, when you consider the, Go Mesa projects, which were about $25.6 million, and the Tidelands, the total increase is $28,980,251 over LBR. That's an explanation of the bill, a conference report, and I will yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senators move for adoption by use of morning roll call. Any objective procedure? We should be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 37, sir.
Mr. President, I ask that we skip that item all the way through item 50 and have them retain their place and go to item 51.
Retain in place on the calendar and 51. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill Number 3004, Appropriation IHL Alcorn State Agricultural Research Extension and Land Grant Programs.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alcorn State Ag Program, and that final amount on that is $6,909,585, of which general funds is $6,739,585. We did include $316,000 of general funds increase for operational expenditures, $115,000 increase to their Poultry Science Center. We did the health insurance increases, and we gave them out of EEF. We gave them another $100,687 of operational expenditures for a total funding above LBR $875,176. And that's an explanation of the conference report.
Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, ready for your motion.
I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to record as voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator, on 52.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we go to item 52 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3005, Appropriation IHL Mississippi State University Agriculture and Forestry Experiment Station.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, sir.
Thank you. Final action on MSU Agricultural and Forestry Experiment Station is $33,300,903. The general fund portion is $22,881,531. It includes $1,087,000 increase for operational expenditures, the health insurance increase. Those two are out of general funds, and we also put in, as we did with Alcorn, the EEF operational expenditures of $114,422 for a total increase over LBR of $1,225,506. I'll yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, the Senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, Senator, bill passed. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 53 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3006, Appropriation IHL, Mississippi State University Cooperative Extension Service.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on the Cooperative Extension Service is $45,714,045, of which $31,411,834 is general funds. This included a $1.49 million increase for operational expenditures out of general funds, the health insurance increase, and $104,755 out of the EEF, for a total of $1,649,619 over LBR. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I move adoption by use of the morning roll
Senator
call.
moves adoption, use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, Senator, the bill passes. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 54 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3007, Appropriation IHL, Mississippi State University Forest and Wildlife Research Center.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
Senator, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The final action on the Forest and Wildlife Research Center is $7,155,189. The general fund portion is $5,794,130. This includes, similar to the other previous budgets, the operational expenditure for both general funds and EEF. The general fund portion is $275,000, health insurance increase, and $146,995 for EEF operational expenditures, for a total amount over LBR of $429,555. I'll yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. We're on 55, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we go to 55 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3008, Appropriation IHL, Mississippi State University Veterinary Medicine College.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on the Veterinary Medicine College at Mississippi State is $51,221,360, of which $18,457,311 is general funds. Just like the last four budgets, this one includes the operational expenditures for both general funds and EEF. Those amounts are $874,000 and $127,080 respectively. It includes the health insurance increase too, for a total increase above LBR of $1,046,548. Yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip items 56 through 62, go to item 63 and have the title read.
H.R. 662 retains their place on the calendar. 63. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3016, Appropriation Fair and Coliseum Commission Livestock Shows.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. This budget has two components to it. One is the Dixie National Livestock Show. The other one's the county livestock shows. Out of the Dixie National, we added the total amount is $1.2 million, all special funds. And we added $245,850 increase in contractual services for show awards. And then out of the county livestock show, the final action was $211,540. That's all general funds. And we included $10,000 for funding of junior high school rodeo programs. That's an explanation of the conference report, and I will yield for any questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Conference report has been requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes. Thank you, Senator.
I ask we go to item 64 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3017, Appropriation Animal Health Board.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, sir.
Thank you. Final action for the Board of Animal Health is $2,255,947, of which $1,497,090 is general funds. We included the salary progressions, we restored some vacancies that were cut. We also included the SEC Square compliance minimum language that they had to bump up on their agency to get to minimums. We included funding in commodities for cattle tags. They need some money for EID cattle tags, which is $25,000, and funding for health insurance premium increase for a total increase of $189,245, most of which is general funds increase in the Board of Animal Health. Yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
None. I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we skip item 65 and 66 and go to item 67 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, 65 and 66 retain their place on the calendar. 67. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3020, Appropriation, Veterans Affairs Board and Homes.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on the Veterans Affairs Board is $28,635,119. This is a substantial increase, and I'll tell you why in just a few minutes, but this includes the health insurance increases, it includes the SEC Square minimums, it includes the salary progressions, funding vacant pins from the LBR cut, which was both general funds and federal funds. We've got 3 new pins for new cemetery staff pins, which was $100,000 general funds. We also have federal funds for new support for staff pins of $454,938, and we increased federal funds, gave them the ability to spend some federal funds for increases to cost of services. And the big ticket item on this one was, many of you know that we're utilizing capital expense funds to relocate the Jackson Veterans Home to state-owned land. And this is $19,680,883. So a pretty substantial capital expenditure for building a new veterans home on state-owned land. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one question for the chairman.
Chairman, will you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the medical insurance. How much will that increase? You have that available?
Yes, sir. It was $5,508. 2,644 was general funds, and then the remainder was federal funds and special funds.
Okay, so the increase for the insurance was $5,000?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, do you have any details on the State Veterans Affairs Center that is leaving the city of Jackson and where they might go other than they're considering state-owned lands?
I think they're looking at some property in Rankin County. I don't know if that's been solidified or not, but it's my understanding the current home is maybe on Capitol Street or somewhere
near 220
area. Yeah, and that they're had some issues there, and so they're looking to. And I think it needs. I'm told it needs a substantial amount of work, and it's better to build a new one.
Yeah, I've heard that one too. Heard it before. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose? Senator Norwood passes. All right, Senator Hobson, I think that's all questions.
I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 68, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 68 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3021, Appropriation Ethics Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on the Ethics Commission is $685,680. All but $10,000 of that is general funds. We did include the health insurance increase, the salary progressions. We included $16,385 of general fund increase in agency operational expenses for travel, contractual, and commodities, and a $10,000 capital expense upgrade for the expansion and upgrades to their online statement of economic interest system. That's the system that we have to file. I think that may be coming up soon, as a matter of fact. I think it's in May. So anyway, upgrades to that system online. That's an explanation of the Ethics Commission bill, conference report, and I will yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? The court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 69.
Thank you. Ask to go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3022, Appropriation Judicial Performance Commission.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to
You're
explain.
recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. Final action on the Judicial Performance Commission is $720,194. Most of that, $680,165, is general funds. It includes the health insurance increases, the salary progressions, and we put $45,000 of general funds for some formal litigation complaints with an estimated cost of the court report for $5,000 each for court reporters, witness fees, travel costs, and panel members and witnesses and transcript fees. So that's a total increase over LBR of $58,850. I'll yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? The court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 70.
I ask that we skip item 70, go to item 71, and have the title read.
Item 70 retains its place on the calendar. 71, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3024, Appropriation Revenue Department.
I move that we recommit this item for further study.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Ask that we go to item 72 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3025, Appropriation Tax Appeals Board.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. Final action on the Board of Tax Appeals is all general funds is $638,699. Included the health insurance increase, SEC squared, salary progressions. We increased their travel expenditures by $8,838. Their contractual services for $19,829, and increased commodities expenditures $4,821, and then gave them $6,923 to fund equipment replace. They had some computers to replace at their office. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption by use of morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 73.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3026, Appropriation Workers' Compensation Commission.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. Final action for Workers' Comp Commission is $5,823,867. All but $175,000 of that is general funds. This includes health insurance increase, the salary progression increase, productivity increase, a contractuals increase of $75,000 in general funds, and $75,000 also for capital expense funds to be used to upgrade the commission's imaging system and equipment, and a total increase over LBR of $317,732.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
I'll yield, yes.
This is not about the amount of the bill, but regarding the Workers' Compensation Commission, there's been some bills in the past to try to tighten up privacy with workers' compensation claims. Is there any knowledgeable pipeline as to how when somebody files a workers' comp claim, an employee files a workers' comp claim with a business that they work for, that they immediately start getting letters from lawyers wanting to take their claim and help them? I've seen it happen in a business that I worked in before, so I just wanted to bring that up again to reiterate that if we need to figure out maybe how that's happening, and if there's a legal way that it's happening, we just need to explore what it is, and if it's not, we need to do something to protect the privacy of these people that are filing claims. Because I don't know any real legal way that these lawyers would be getting their names, but they are.
Well, of course, you're right, it has nothing to do with the appropriations process, and
Right.
I'm not familiar with that bill particularly, but I would imagine that the Workers' Compensation Commission, just like your circuit and chancery courts, receive, complaints that are filed and they're public record, unless the judge seals them. I would guess, I don't do workers' comp, although I did in a previous life, but I would guess that maybe you could request the judge to seal your case for some reason, but otherwise they're going to be open to the public, just like a chancery or circuit or
I just
county
think
court
that
case.
there may be some HIPAA concerns with there, but we'll look into it further. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Thank you, Senator.
If no other questions, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Should be recorded as voting no. Present, McDaniel. Present, Sojourner. Present, Harkins. Anyone else? Anyone present? Chisholm. Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 74, sir.
Ask that we skip items 74, 75, have them retain their place, go to item 76 and have the title read.
74 and 75 retain their place on the calendar. 76, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3029, Appropriation Tennessee Tom-Bigby Waterway Development Authority.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to
You're
explain.
recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. This is Tennessee Tom-Bigby Waterway. Final action is $395,639. $159,238 is the general fund portion. This includes the health insurance increase, salary progression increase, and special fund for travel of $2,000 and contractual of $2,940. Total increase over LBR is $11,609. Yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, we'll go to your motion, sir.
Move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Board is voting no. Present. Seeing none, we'll go to 77, sir.
Ask that we have the title read on item 77.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3034, Appropriation Pharmacy Board of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
Senator, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action for the Board of Pharmacy, all special funds, is $3,851,052. This includes the health insurance increase, a vacant position that was restored, a salary progression increase. They've got a new senior attorney. Apparently, they've been contracting out this work. A new investigator position with a vehicle, also fuel and maintenance and other ancillary costs, and then they're replacing one vehicle there. The total amount over LBR is $513,205. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I'll move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Which be recorded as voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator. Bill passes. We're on 78, sir.
Ask that we go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3038, Appropriation Gaming Commission.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Final action for the Gaming Commission is $10,503,788. It includes general funds of $8,828,391, which includes the funding for some vacancies that have been cut out in LBR. We got funding for the salary progressions and the health insurance increase. So the total of all those three is $1,281,023.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion.
I'll move adoption of the conference report by use of the roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. We're on 79, sir.
I ask that we have the title read on item 79.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3043, Appropriation Audit Department of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Total amount of funding on the Department of Audit is $13,277,003. The general fund portion is $8,848,242. This includes the salaries for the vacancies that were cut at LBR. We did delete, as I mentioned earlier, and this is a good example, some of the old pins. There's some that have been vacant for a long time, and we deleted 6 of those for good. We also funded the salary progression and brought them up to SEC square minimum. We funded agents, equipment, including IT hardware replacement out of capital expense funds. That was $100,000, and we funded salaries for the health insurance premium increase for a total increase of $1,794,334. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill. Senator Butler, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Just a question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for questions, Senator?
Yes, I yield.
What we see on the stream is $0. On the stream, it's showing $0.
That we can get printed quickly or no? Okay. I think that bill has been signed, Senator Butler, but I don't think we've got the final product. So what we can do is recommit that. I'll move then to recommit that bill. We can bring it up later today. So my substitute motion, Mr. President, will be moved to recommit item 79 until we get that final bill printed and can have it back in front of you.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Butler. Now we're on 80, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 80 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3044, Appropriation Banking and Consumer Finance Department of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
Recognized to explain.
The final action for the banking department is $12,029,003. This includes their funding. They really, all this is special funds. This is the bank fees that are paid to support the banking commission. And they wanted, they got 2 things going on. One is they're required that once banks reach a certain level, and I think it's $10 billion, they have to have more thorough investigations. And also they got some banks that have switched from federal charter to state charter. And then in addition to that, there's going to be some additional requirements as it relates to the Medical Cannabis Act. So they needed some additional pins. So we bumped them up to 90 pins, which is a little less than they requested, but it's, I think, sufficient in speaking to them to get what they need done. So there was a total increase, again, all special funds, of $1,408,824. And I will yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
If not, I move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll
Use
call.
of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we skip item 81 and go to item 82 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3046, Appropriation Governor's Office and Mansion.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you. This is the governor's support and mansion file. This is conference report. It's $3,395,696. General fund portion is $2,730,696, which includes the health insurance increase and the salary progression increase. That's it. Total increase is $73,482. I yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 83, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to 83 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3047, Appropriation Information Technology Services Department of.
I make the usual, I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. Final action for Department of ITS is $51,948,379. The general fund portion is $26,695,501. This includes the restoring some salaries that were cut in LBR. It also includes the salary progressions and the health insurance premiums. The total increase is $1,551,727. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Adoption by use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We go to 84, sir.
We'll come back after lunch. Ask that we skip items 84 and 85 and go to item 86 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3051, Appropriation Personnel Board.
84 and 85 retain their place on the calendar. Senator, you're
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. President. This is a move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
This is the State Personnel Board. Their final action is $4,647,880. We did include the health insurance increases, the salary progressions, 7 personnel title changes. We gave them 3 new positions as it relates to the SEC square minimum. One, they've been doing a lot of work already, but we think over the next year or two, we're going to have some additional work to make sure we get this process and program running like we want it to. So we do anticipate some additional work on this. And as I said at the beginning of this, it's just going to take a few years to kind of work out all the kinks. So, don't be surprised if we have to come in and tweak it some in the next year or two. We also included $250,625 for continued operations of their Office of Training and Development and $20,000 for a new postage meter for a total of $577,707 increase over LBR funding. All of that is general funds. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 87.
Ask that we go to item 87, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3052, Appropriation Secretary of State.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
Recognized to explain.
Thank you. Final action on the Secretary of State is $39,454,112. General fund portion is $12,251,43. They had one significant increase that you'll recognize in a moment, but it includes the health insurance increase, the funding the vacancies. We've got some contractual services for legal fees of $100,000. It also includes special funds for the election support fund. That's $2.75 million. And then the biggest one is the $8.78 million that we passed on the modernization of the voting system. Passed it recently. And so that's the largest capital expenditure there. And that total increase over LBR is $11,997,345. That's an explanation of the conference report. I will yield for questions.
Yield for questions. Any questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion,
I
Senator.
move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 88.
Thank you. As we skip item 88 and go to item 89 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3054, Appropriation Debt Service General Obligation.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our current debt service for the state. This total amount is $494,524.99. The $433,423,299 is general funds, and that's hopefully going to be going down over the next few years. I think if we've looked at our patterns, we're in that 400, a little over 400, I think, over forecasted for the next 2 or 3 years, and then hopefully it'll start dropping precipitously as we do what we did this year, and that is not incurring any additional debt, and some of these things roll off the books. And I'm sure Senator Harkins could give you a better summary of where we stand on the overall debt obligations of the state. I think we're at about $4.4 billion in debt, and I think our debt cap limit is around $14 million, so we're well under the debt cap limit, which is good. But I'm excited about the fact that we're going to be reducing more debt at the state. And I'd love to get to a place one day we got zero debt at the state. But anyway, that's what we've got to pay off this year, and I would move adoption of the conference report if there aren't any questions. If you got it ready.
Yeah. Hello. Let's see. Any questions? Seeing no questions, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Let me go back to it, and then I'm going to find it, and then I'm going to finish out the rest of the skip. My motion is adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Mr. Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. You're on 90, sir.
Mr. President, what I'd like to do is skip 90 through 98, leave them on the calendar where they are, and then I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 79 on today's calendar, which is the Department of Audit.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Now I move that we reconsider the vote by which item 79 was recommitted.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Department of Audit, hopefully now you've got on the screen. I think I read out the numbers on that. $13,277,003 is the total amount of funding. $8,848,242 is the portion of the general fund portion. And I think I've already been over. I'll be happy to go back over them if anyone wants, but you should have the bill now on your screen. And if there are no questions, I would move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. Thank you, Senator Harkins.
You might got the thumb.
Yeah, now I'm giving you, you were talking about Senator Harkins' part. Go ahead, Senator.
I think that concludes my work right now on appropriations bills. And like I said, Mr. President, we will likely go back. Some of these have been recommitted or that currently haven't been finalized. Hopefully over the next few hours, we'll be doing those and can have them up this afternoon at some point in a few hours.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. We appreciate all of your hard work. We're going to break here, and we'll start with Senator Harkins. Earlier this afternoon, we won't spend our time. There'll be some fits and starts as Senator Hobson completes his hard work over the evening and afternoon. So we're trying to finish today. We start back with Chairman Harkins at 99, and then we'll get back to the ones that were retained on the place on the calendar quickly thereafter. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until 1 p.m.
Senate stand in recess until 1 p.m. In favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Appreciate everybody coming back early from lunch so we can get started on what will be a long day. All right, we were on, Mr. Clerk, we were on 99. Chairman Harkins, I believe. Chairman Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1663.
What number is that, sir?
It was item 4 on today's calendar that we recommitted.
Okay, I got you. Item 4. Okay, Senator, we're on item 4, 1663. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1663, bond, authorize issuance for various purposes.
Okay, all in favor of suspending the rules, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, Senator, we're on number 4.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the bond bill that really isn't a bond bill, but there is some language important to MDA, and it deals with option property. You'll see on the screen down in section 1B deals with defining option property. It means industrial property that is subject to real estate option purchase contract where the eligible entity and a real estate owner where such option shall be for a minimum of 3 years. This is also, it has to exceed the, not to exceed the appraised fair market value of the real estate. This is allowing MDA to do some of the soft cost studies on property across the state, engineering, environmental, and they want a longer term than 6 months. We want to make it to where the property is tied up for a period of time. It also defines on line 31, talks about the contribution, eligible expenditures, contributions to public infrastructure improvements directly serving industrial property that is publicly owned or is option property, and contributions toward acquisition of publicly owned real property used for economic development purposes by eligible entity where the acquisition price shall not exceed the appraised fair market value of the property. And there's also an addition on line 44, 46 through 47, just some of the eligible expenditures that they may make, and it's for taxiways, parking ramps, telecommunication systems, including fiber optic natural gas distribution systems. So that is an explanation of the report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
For you for a question, Senator.
I do.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
Senator Harkins, does this bill still include the funding for I think it's listed as a nonprofit entity to start a music program?
There are no projects in this bill. This is just dealing with option property for our development authority, MDA requested.
Thank you so much for your work on this, Senator Harkins.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Okay, other questions on the bill?
If there are no questions, I move adoption by the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Corrigan is voting no.
She had a question.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your light. Senator Hill, is it on this bill, ma'am?
Yes, on this.
Okay, one moment on vote. We'll start back. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I had a question.
Okay, Senator Harkins, will you yield for a question, please?
Yes.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
I'm making sure, I'm supposed to be looking at conference report number 2, is that correct?
Number 3.
Okay, number 3 is not on here, so that, my question is, I'm good.
Okay, Senator, you're good there? Okay. Thank you, Senator Hill. Okay, we're back. The use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Harkins. We're back, I think, to 99.
Move we skip those items, have them retain their place on the calendar.
99 through 107, through 111, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. President, if I may make an announcement.
We have a very special announcement. Senator Harkins, you're
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you would, please help me in wishing our Secretary of the Senate, Mr. Bud Clark, a happy birthday today. .29 and holding.
Just a second. Thank you very much. All right, Chairman Shell passes, then we're on 113, 114, 115. Chairman Wiggins passes, 117. Chairman Bryan, 118 to we're on today, on the regular calendar. Chairman Senator McCon, did you have an item?
Yes, sir. I apologize.
Where is that?
Both calendars are in play. That's the thing about it.
Pardon me?
Both calendars are in play. They'll just have to refer which calendar they're going to.
Okay, so we're through the first one we started today, April 4th, regular session. We have a supplemental number 1. Supplement number 1, you should have that. Mainly appropriations matters. And we'll start on the supplement. If anyone has a bill they're bringing up on the primary one, if you'd announce that so we can get to what's up on the screen correct. So does anyone else have on the original calendar, does anyone have a bill on the original calendar? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the supplemental calendar and we'll recognize Senator Hobson. Okay. You'll see today, as those of you who have been here, we will rise and fall several different times during the day as Senator Hobson gets his work together. So we're going to try to stagger specific times for us to come back and check in. Hopefully we'll do bills every single one of those. We have about 50 or 60 left to go. So what we will do, we'll recognize Senator Polk as subject, and then we'll come, I'm sorry, Senator Kirby, did you have?
Yes, I'd like to call a Rules Committee meeting in the Pro Tem's office 5 minutes after recess.
Rules Committee, Mr. Clerk, 5 minutes after. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
I'd like to request a copy of the House Bill 1663, the third conference report.
Thank you. 1663, third. One moment, please. Thank you, Senator Seymour. Other questions? We will be sporadic in and out. We'll try to set specific times for everyone. Senator Polk, just 1 second. Okay. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you all. Call the Senate to order. Senator Hobson, you're recognized. Mind the Senate, we're on the supplement. Is that correct, Senator Hobson?
That's correct, Mr.
All right,
President.
we'll be on the supplement thing, and I hope everyone's got their copy.
All right. Sure. Mr. President, I think while Corbin passes out the budget worksheets, I'm going to go through the list and see where we are on the bills that we want to take up. So give me just a moment. Okay, Mr. President, I ask you to skip items 1 through 11 on supplemental calendar number 1. And go to item 12 on that calendar and have the title read.
Item 12 on the supplemental calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1599, Appropriation, Archives, and History Department of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Archives and History Bill. The final action is $37,578,174. The general fund portion is $10,964,532. It includes the health insurance increases, SEC squared increases in general funds. Plus, we put $12 million of capital expense funds in here for repair, renovation, and construction projects on historic sites around the state. We paid $2,500 for the governor's portrait out of capital expense funds. We included the health insurance increase, and we utilized special funds. We did an increase of $4 million for the Community Heritage Preservation Grant, and we put $3 million. It's actually the million we had last year plus $2 million for the Historic Site Preservation Grant Program that we set up last year that went really well. That's a match program where those sites that are historic battlefields, civil rights sites, and Native American sites can utilize those funds through a match program to improve their location. So the total increase of all special funds, capital expense, and general funds was $20,346,171, and that is an explanation of the conference report.
Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator.
I yield.
Please
Thank you,
proceed,
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson, you mentioned the Community Heritage Fund.
Yes.
And how much is going in that?
$4 million.
Okay, and
$4 million increase.
Yeah, and so you also mentioned that there's a $12 million Heritage and Preservation Fund.
It's the $12 million for repair, renovation, and construction of projects.
Are these projects that are currently owned by archives or projects that they will acquire?
There were 3 projects primarily, I think, that were identified in this. I want to say it's Inaka, up in the Tupelo area, a Native American site. There was also a Native American site in Natchez that was the Grand Village of the Natchez Indians.
Yeah.
And there was a Jefferson College site in Natchez as well.
So the $12 million would go for those 3?
That's $12 million, and we discussed this at length in negotiations about how to do this. We actually probably had a little bit more to start with, but because of some other things that were happening with the budget, we had to pull some back from that. We were hoping to put more money in it. And we just decided that we would leave it up to the Board of Archives and History and Katie Blunt to determine, based on the priority needs of those 3 projects, those were the 3 that we know of that were identified, that she and her team, the board there, could determine what amounts would be needed in those sites.
So it's conceivable that they would leave some money on the side to be able to address other projects.
Yes, it is. And I will say too that some of the other, for instance, the Historic Site Preservation Program, that especially as it relates to the 2 Native American sites, they could also utilize some match funds there as well to help somewhat with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Other questions on the bill? Other questions?
No other questions. I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Quotas voting no. Senator Blunt present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
I ask that we, hold on, Mr. President. I ask we skip item 13 and go to item 14 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Appropriation, Educational Television Authority for.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. The total amount is $14,680,264. General fund portion, $4,463,984. This includes the health insurance increases, SEC Square pay increase, the tower maintenance and repairs, which is $2 million of EEF funds. They've got several towers that need to be, thank you, they need to be repaired. And we have also included $700,000 for digitization of educational content in Mississippi history, $350,000 in EEF funds for a Medgar Evers documentary. We restored 6 vacant positions that had been deleted in LBR, and then we reappropriated some funds that we'd already designated out of capital expense towards tower maintenance. That's an explanation of the conference report. I will yield for questions.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Should record as voting no. Present? No. Sojourner? No. Hill? Anyone else? No. McDaniel?
Dennis.
Chisholm? No. Anyone else? Whaley? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, bill passes with the noes noted. Senator?
I ask to go to item 15 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1602, Appropriation Library Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator DeBar to explain.
Senator Barr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Library Commission final action is $13,716,337. Of that, $10,576,872 is general funds. That is $1,269,522 over LBR. We restored the actually paid for the health insurance increase. That's $88,196. $830,000 for the SC squared pay increase, and increased $350,000 out of EEF money for the Magnolia database, which brings that total to $1.35 million. That's the explanation of the conference report. Mr. President, I'll be asked for any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If there are none, move for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senators requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. McDaniel, no. Sojourner, no. Hill, present. Chisholm? No. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Barr. We'll go to Senator Hobson.
I move, I'm sorry, I ask to go to item 16 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1604, Appropriation Environmental Quality, Department of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Mr. President, the final action on the Department of Environmental Quality is $269,618,360. The general fund portion is $12,351,451. This includes the health insurance increases, the vacancy restoration, the salary progressions, the $625,000 to upgrade their IT security and infrastructure. That's capital expense funds. And also we used $4.49 million, which was funding for a clean water grant match that's required. So the total amount over LBR is $9,110,758. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill?
If
Questions?
None. I'll move adoption.
Senator Horn, 1 second. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order.
Okay, we'll finish the vote first, and we'll get to you, Senator Horn. And any questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready on your motion.
Move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Carter's voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Horn is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to direct the attention of the Senate to the North Gallery, where the beautiful lady who brought Nathan Upchurch into the world is sitting. Ms. Pam Upchurch, I'd like her to stand and have the Senate make her welcome.
Great to have you here, Mom. Your son's doing a real good job. Okay, back on the projects. On 17, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1605, Appropriation, Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks, Department of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks budget. The total amount is $89,684,538. The general fund portion is $9,540,002. This includes the health insurance increase, the salary progressions, funding the vacancies. There was both, well, it's actually 3, general fund, federal fund, and other special funds. SEC Square minimum pay. This also included $400,000 of general funds for the chronic wasting disease, $126,346 for a new pen for chief of staff and chief deputy on the Wildlife Commission, plus $7.1 million for capital expenses for parks and museums, repairs and renovation. This did include changing a sign at in Natchez, at the Natchez State Park. It has $75,000 going from the general fund going to LaFleur's Bluff playground, and $2.9 million for capital expenses to renovate and remodel the area at the Museum of Natural Science. Total increase is $18,298,176. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Motion is adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 18, sir.
As we go to item 18, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1606, Appropriation, Grand Gulf Military Monument Commission.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. The total action on Grand Gulf Military Monument Commission is $764,374. The general fund portion is $296,499. This included the health insurance, salary progressions, and a vacant position. It also included, they've had some significant damage there from some flooding, and I think it was a tornado or high winds in addition to a flood. They had 2 events there that caused some damage. So we funded $355,000 for multiple repairs, maintenance, and to get them an internet system. I don't know if Senator Butler knows this, but this is an area where a lot of the folks that work at Grand Gulf Nuclear Facility will come in and stay, and so they needed to get internet access there, and so some portion of that 355 is going to assist with that as well. So the total increase over LBR is $389,084. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your
I
motion.
move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Which records voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Okay, Senator, we're on 19 on the supplemental calendar.
Okay. I would pass on item 19 and go to item 20 on the calendar.
19 retains its place on the calendar. Number 20, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1610, Appropriation Public Utility Staff.
Move adoption of the conference report, and I ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Total amount action on there is $2,402,689. That's all general funds, and it includes health insurance, SEC square, salary minimums, restoring a vacant pin that had been cut, and adding 2 pins that are going to be needed for some of the additional work that's going on there, and also to provide some contractual obligation for a rate training school that some of their staff will undergo. That was $51,000. So the total increase to LBR is $303,941. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Floor is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. On 21 on the supplemental calendar, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to that item, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1611, Appropriation Human Services Department of.
One moment. Thank you, Mr. President. This conference report consists of 2 different worksheets, so I want to make sure we have that information. This is Department of Human Services. Total action, $1,814,744. $744,598. General fund portion is $75,189,899. This includes the health insurance, restoring vacant funding. The big expense here, I think I mentioned this morning, is $54 million for an entirely new computer system that will allow us to secure federal funding. It also includes $1 million for the North Mississippi Connect Family Resource Development, $422,743 for a dementia care program that we set up last year in the legislature. It includes $1.75 million for congregate meals and program growth, and the total increase is $68,180,198, and that's an explanation of the bill. Oh, I'm sorry. Then we've got the second part, pardon me, is the Child Protective Services portion of the bill, which includes, which is $297,296,047. General support is $116,375,968. This funding, of course, comes through the Department of Human Services, and that included the increase in salaries for health insurance. We had a reduction in subsidies due to non-recurring COVID funds. That was $3,015,174. Also, a deduction or decrease in some contractual services, a credit of $87,715, and some other contractual capital expense funds had been set up for $14,204,943. So those were all the deductions in the budget, and that's an explanation of. I know we've got some ARPA funding that's going to be coming from that Senator Polk's going to take care of in just a little bit. Talk about the details of what will take place in CPS.
Okay. Questions on the bill?
Mr. President, let me include this too. I didn't include the foster board mandatory increase, $3,015,174, and then the operational expenses through ARPA which is the $57 million for the Olivia Y lawsuit. And then, of course, the health insurance, SEC Square, and the salary progressions. Total increase on that funding is $65,255,549.
Okay, questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
If no questions, I'll move adoption of the conference report by use of
Request
the
utilization of the morning. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator, we're on 22, sir.
Okay, we ask we skip item 22 and go to item 23 on today's calendar.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Read.
House Bill number 1614, Appropriation, Health Department.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. Final action for the Department of Health is $843,877. The general fund portion is $34,861,746. This includes the health insurance increases, SEC Square increases. We've utilized the healthcare expendable fund to increase the STEMI and stroke care by $100,000. We've got the rural loan hospital program of $2.5 million pursuant to the bill that's already been passed this session. We also had the non-transport emergency medical services bill, and that's $415,000. And then the Magnet Community Health Disparity Program, which is $2.9 million. Those four items are healthcare expendable fund. Also, we put $2 million. Y'all remember that we passed a bill earlier, a deficit for almost $9 million or maybe slightly over $9 million for the VOCA Victims of Crime Act funds, which we've lost out on during the COVID period. So we've utilized capital expense funds there on the deficit bill, and we're putting $2 million more towards that for the FY23 budget, and that's, again, capital expense funds. We've got $2.5 million on coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund to fund operational expenditures as it relates to the ARPA projects. We've got a federal fund increase to health insurance of $92,904. Special funds for nursing positions at the Department of Health to fund vacant nursing positions of 73 positions, $5,474,468. Special fund increases to fund the health insurance increases of $60,175. All those are special funds totaling $5,534,643. So between the general fund, healthcare expendable fund, capital expense fund, coronavirus fund, federal and special funds, the total increase amongst all those with the Department of Health was $17,144,849. And I will yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, Senators, use morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Mr. Court is voting no. Present. President Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Bill passes. Senator, we're back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we go to item 24 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1625, Appropriation, District Attorneys and Staff.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The final action on the district attorneys and staff is $27,833,597. The general fund portion is $27,021,964. This includes the health insurance increase, the general fund replacement of special funds with general funds of $481,796, and then the pay raise language. Y'all remember we've got a pay raise bill that gave them $8,500, I think it was $8,500 increase for a total increase of $1,371,773. And that's an explanation of the bill. explanation of the conference report.
Thank you, Senator. Questions on the conference committee report? We're ready for your motion,
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of more roll call.
Use of more roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? McDaniel. Chisholm. Sojourner. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes with 3 no votes as noted. To you, Senator, we're on 25 on the supplemental.
When we get to that point, let me know. Okay, Mr. President, as we we skip item 25 and go to item 26 on the supplemental calendar.
Mr. Clerk, please read the top.
House Bill number 1627, Appropriation, State Public Defender, Office of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. The total amount on the Office of State Public Defender is $3,448,278. Includes the health insurance increase, the pay raise, and the salary progressions. One thing I will point out on this bill, actually on the DAs too, I don't think I mentioned, and the Judiciary, the Supreme Court bill, and I may be forgetting one, but anyway, we've put funds towards the backlogs, primarily Hinds County, but there are some opportunities around the state for judges, assistant DAs, criminal investigators, and court staff to see if we can help relieve the backlog that has occurred since COVID hit. Because we've got a lot of courts, particularly criminal courts, where you've got speedy trial rights and you've also got issues about cleaning up the dockets and getting some of the criminals either incarcerated or getting their cases where they're tried and they get an opportunity for justice and freedom if they're wrongfully convicted. So we need to get those cases moving along. So we've got $3.8 million total spread amongst those budgets to make sure we can attack that backlog. And so I did want to point that out in those few budgets that we've got some money built in for that. But I'm happy to yield any questions at this time.
Okay. Question. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
For you for a question, sir.
I yield. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson, when you say those budgets, are you speaking of the previous budgets that you've just gone over, or are you talking entirely in the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals and Trial Judges budget?
The budgets that I think we've got those spread between are the DAs, which we just went over.
1625.
And the Public Defender's Office and the Supreme Court. And I think that is it. I think it was those 3 budgets. I'll make sure, but
Thank you very much.
I'm trying to remember where we spread it out. We took the money.
I understand.
It starts running together at some point, Senator.
I understand. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Here
President.
for a question, Senator.
Are you?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. I don't know if this is the correct bill, but the Capital Defense Team, would their salaries are connected also to the DA salary? So we provided for that uptick in this bill because they're connected to the raise that DAs got. Wouldn't they get the same raise? I'm thinking.
Yeah, that was we skipped that bill just a moment ago. That's the previous bill, but I think they and the public defenders and of course your ADAs are all tied in with the DA's salary. I think that's it. We also had a criminal investigator raise. You may remember we did a $3,500 raise for criminal investigators. So that's a separate statutory raise. So they would all get.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Turner. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Hobson?
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How will the different offices access the funds that are available to clear backlogs? Will it be an application process, or they just submit expense reports?
The language in the Supreme Court bill, I believe, which we haven't taken up yet, includes, when we get to it, I'll double check that, but the language of the Supreme Court bill, I believe, specifies that it's the backlog around, I think it may say Hinds County and the state. It's a little bit more general. I think the DAs and public defenders is primarily, if not solely, I'll double check that, for the Hinds County issue. I think that's where we've identified the biggest backlog on the ADA. Now, what we wanted to do is give a judge, the Supreme Court, the ability to determine if they've got two judges, let's say, working, two of the three that have been assigned, we took the salaries of 3 judges and put them in there. And we think 2 probably at least will be needed in Hinds County. And there may be some other counties that have a backlog where a judge could come in and help alleviate the backlog. And they may do it in a civil context as opposed to a criminal, to free up the local judge to do some of the criminal matters. But I'm hopeful that's not going to be very much. And I don't think there's any, I think that's going to be up to the Supreme Court as we would normally have, and we did during coronavirus, during that pandemic era, when we left it up to the Chief Justice to determine, and I think we had 2 special judges that he assigned to various locations, but I think that was primarily Hinds County too.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Turner. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, ready for a motion, Senator.
Motion would be adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. We're on 27, Senator.
Okay, I ask that we skip item 27 and go to item 28 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 28. Is that 1629, sir?
We need, 20, Attorney General. Okay, I ask that we go to item 28 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
8.
Is that 16?
House Bill number 1629, Appropriation Attorney General.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to
You're
explain.
recognized to explain, Senator.
It does say, the discussion we were having, it does say recommitted here, but that bill has been refiled, and a copy of it's what you should see on your screen. Attorney General's budget is $39,734,688. General fund portion is $29,857,765. It includes the health insurance, SEC Square, salary progressions, vacancy funding, restoring cuts from LBR on federal funds, $342,861, restoring special fund cuts of $479,491. It also allows for $350,000 of capital expense funds to be used for vehicles and equipment. And then we put other special funds of $2.5 million in for the purpose of providing funds to the victims of human trafficking and commercial sexual exploitation fund. And so the total increase of all those various funds is $6,924,650. I'll yield for questions if there are any. And by the way, the language, Senator Seymour had asked me about some language in that bill. That was the same language that was in the bill for the last 2 years at least. We checked back on that in section 13, I think it was.
Okay, Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator Seymour.
Mr. Chairman, that section 15 was a section earlier in the previous year, but what I'd seen with the LBO expenses from the Attorney General's office is that a certain lawsuit that was pertained between 2 different divisions of this state legislature it seems that they're going to be able to use that for being that it's in her expense. Will that allow us the same opportunity to retain counsel and recoup our money in the same effect?
The way I read that language, and just for the benefit of the body, was that it was the Attorney General would be allowed to expend funds for defending the legislature or the state on any constitutionally raised issues. And so I would think that any issue, if someone files a suit against either the legislature as a body or the state as a whole, would be that if they said we had, violated their Second Amendment rights or Fifth Amendment rights or First Amendment right for that matter, any right that we would, that the Attorney General would have the ability to use funds to defend that lawsuit. And I don't remember the details. I think the suit you're referencing was the one that dealt with the House and the governor.
The Speaker.
The Speaker and the governor. And I don't remember, frankly, if there was a constitutional issue or if that was just a statutory issue dealing with it may have been, I just don't remember if it was constitutional veto power or something the governor did. I mean, I know the details vaguely. My memory's getting fuzzy after a couple of years. But certainly I think this would allow funds to be spent on any constitutional issue, which would include, of course, the Bill of Rights and any other.
I'm afraid it's setting a pretty good precedence to where she's going to be paying for both sides of the fight in the future on lawsuits like this, on constitutionality issues.
Well, you asked me about that, and I checked during the lunch hour, and I was told that it had been in the bill for at least the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
And my recollection was that going back 2 years ago, there was an attempt to put it in another manner, and the Senate did not agree to allow that. I thought that the matter that you're talking about had been paid for by either individual or outside funds. I really don't know that, but I think this must have been in there prior to that getting resolved, it sounds like, so I don't think it would have any effect on that lawsuit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To create something new, yes. Thank you, Senator Seymour.
All right, questions on the bill?
If no further questions, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. President? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, I think we're on 29 on the supplement.
Okay, I know we're going to skip 29.
Okay.
Let's see what we have next. All right, I ask that we skip items 29 through 35 and go to item 36 on the supplemental calendar and have the title read.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 3002, Appropriation IHL, general support.
I move that we recommit for further study.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, Senator, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask to go to item 37 and have the title read.
37. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3003, Appropriation IHL subsidiary programs.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The final action on subsidiary programs, and for those that aren't aware, this is the various programs that around the state that are housed at our universities. And even though it's a state operation, it kind of works in conjunction with the university. So the total amount is $82,795,147. The general fund portion, $36,377,544. It includes the salary progressions, the health insurance. We replaced the volunteer commission had some federal funds, $300,000 for a grant that had been provided for its hub network, and those general funds were replaced there was a $600,000 general fund operational expense increase, and those, let me get you the details of those. It went to, let me find the, I don't have that on my sheet right now, but we have a few of those. Ask for your indulgence, please.
No problem.
There was a $200,000 increase to the Center for Manufacturing Excellence. $50,000 operational increase for the Stennis Institute of Government.
We're down to 37 here, and he's working on it right now. What, Dean,
I've already covered that one. $50,000 for the Chem Lab at Mississippi State. And I know we did some for calves too, and I don't have, bear with me, Mr. President. $150,000 at the Center for Advanced Vehicular Systems. And let me check my math to make sure I didn't miss anybody. My apologies, we don't have this in the notes. And I think we did $100,000 for the Polymer Institute at Southern Miss. I want to make sure I'm not leaving anything out. Mr. President, I think I covered all of the additional expenses. I'm sorry, $50,000 for the Research Institute of Pharmaceutical Science at Ole Miss. That should be the full amount of the $600 that's increased. And if there is any, if I did not include anything, I'll certainly come back to that and ask to reconsider the vote. But I believe I covered 200 at CME, 150 at CAVS, 100 at Polymer Science. Y'all help me do the math here. 50 at Stennis, and I may cover it. You don't have it like that.
Senator England, for what purpose, while he's looking that up, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Mr. President, I have an introduction out of order as well as an adjourn in memory out of order.
Why don't you do those while Chairman Hobson is getting his numbers together here?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I want to welcome a good friend of mine today and ask you to help me make welcome Miss Brandy Gatewood. Brandy, we're so glad you're here today. And I also, at this time, would like to adjourn in memory out of order on behalf of Brandy's husband, Dr. Ben Gatewood, who passed away this past August 2021 at the age of 42. So when we adjourn today, I would like the Senate to adjourn in his memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator England. Thank you. Okay, Senator Hobson, we're back to you.
My apologies, Mr. President, but there are several different budgets here, and I just want to make sure that I have covered the items where we did increases. My quick math is not coming up to 600. I must be missing one. All right, that's it. 50,000 for the Chem Lab, 50,000 for the Research Institute of Pharmaceutical Services, 50,000 for Stennis Institute of Government, 100,000 for Polymer Science, 200,000 for the Center for Manufacturing Excellence, and 150 for the Center for Advanced Vehicular Studies. That's this additional 600,000 that was included in the subsidiary programs. I will yield for questions.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
I have a question to the chair, Mr. President.
Yield, Senator.
I yield.
Senator Jordan is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I want to know if any of the revenue in that particular bill used for R&R for universities.
Not on this one, not on the subsidiaries. We do have in the general IHL support bill, what we did is we took kind of the bond projects and the capital expense R&R type projects, and we got those included in the IHL budget overall. It's the same with community colleges too.
So there are resources ready, available for R&R.
Yes, sir.
Various universities.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Other questions on the bill? Okay, Senator, ready for your motion,
I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. All right, back to you, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 38 on the calendar and have the title read. Supplemental
All right,
calendar.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title, and we'll let Senator Kirby.
Senate Bill number 3009, Appropriation IHL, Student Financial Aid.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the financial aid. It includes, the total amount is $60,131,667. And it includes the health insurance salary progressions. We increased, most of you know, it seems like every year we come back, we've got a deficit appropriation. Although this past year, we just had some special fund authority we had to move forward, but we've had general fund deficits as more students go to college and the cost of tuition increases. But we've put $3.5 million extra of general funds into increasing our MTAG, MSG, and HELP scholarships. We did a fund swap, a source swap out of general funds. We took out $1.35 million for the William Winter Jack Reed loan repayment program, but we put $2 million of EEF funds. So we took out some general, put EEF in of $2 million for that program. We also put in $1 million. You remember we passed the Faith Scholarship for foster children who go to college, and that includes $1 million of EEF, and we've authorized some special fund spending, no general funds here, of $3.5 million for a summer grant program and $1.74 million of special fund spending authority for operational expenses. So the total increase is $10,412,742, but the general fund portion is $2,172,742. That's the swap between the general funds that we use for the overall MTAG, MSG, and HELP, less the credit from the Winter Reed loan repayment program. That's for education students that go serve in rural areas. So that's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions.
Senator Hill, you have a question?
I do have a question.
You yield, Senator
I
Hill.
yield.
Senator Hill.
The criteria is the same for last year on awards. They have not revamped the criteria, have they?
On the
IHL?
No, they haven't, and
Okay, just talked about it, but they haven't done it.
they have not done that.
Thank you.
We brought that very item up that they thought they were coming with a recommendation, so we may have to do something on that to justify those 3 scholarships. I'll yield for any other questions.
Seeing no other questions, make a
Not, I
motion.
move adoption of the conference report by use of one roll call.
Senator move to adopt the conference report by use of one roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please, sorry. Senator Sojourner, Senator McDaniel is voting no. Seeing no others, please record all others present by use of one roll call as voting aye.
One of those other ones too, I should have waited.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me see where we are next.
He's using our regular
Ask that we go skip item 39, go to item 40 on the supplemental calendar.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3011, Appropriation Community and Junior Colleges Board Administrative Expenses.
Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain. Thank you, Mr. President. Total amount for the board portion of the community colleges is $155,871,249. This includes general funds of $6,116,874. It includes health insurance increases. We took out $22 million on some for early childhood academies, preschool development, birth to 5 programs, and put that at the Mississippi Department of Health. This also includes the salary progressions and increases the wet fund, special fund authority from $28 million to $30 million per the Accelerate request. And then we've got a total of EEF projects in the bill, which include several items. These are education enhancement funds, so significant amount on various school district for CTE programs and community colleges. And I'll go through the CTE programs are Long Beach School District, Jackson County School District, Lauderdale County Public School District, New Albany School District, Itawamba School District, and then community colleges. We have Mississippi Delta Community College at Greenville, 2.7 million, Itawamba Community College, 2.5, and then back to high schools, Oxford and Lafayette County school districts, $2 million. There's also included in here nursing programs, which would include Hines Community College, $8 million towards a new nursing school, Jones Community College, $2 million, Holmes Nursing School, all 3 of those are nursing schools, $6 million, and Northwest Community College dormitory. And so the total amount of all the EEF funds for all these new programs is $52.7 million of EEF education enhancement funds, and that's an explanation of the conference report.
Okay, Senator Blunt, did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Blunt, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned the nursing program at Hines Community College?
Yes.
Where is that program currently located?
It's located out by Hawkins Airport.
And where are they proposing to build their new location?
Next to their campus in Pearl.
In Rankin County?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Carter, do you have a question or wish to be recognized?
Introduction out of order.
Hold on, let us vote on this. If there's any other question, I'll come back to you. All right, any other questions? Senator Turner Ford?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield?
I yield, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How the nursing programs that received or that will receive appropriations in the conference report, did that recommendation come from the Community Colleges Board? How was it determined who would receive the amounts that are noted in the report?
The only ones that I heard from are the ones that are mentioned. I didn't get a specific community college board. I know Hines had spoken with me personally in the off season about needing. I have not been to they showed me plenty of pictures to show how their current building is in pretty terrible shape. And then Holmes is looking to add a nursing school. I think they plan on building that north of Jackson in their Ridgeland campus. And then Jones, Dr. Smith said that they needed they had some renovations and improvements needed at theirs. And I think that's it on the nursing schools.
So I understand that the conference report is before us for adoption. Are there any other opportunities for nursing programs at community colleges to receive funding?
Not at this point. I did speak with Dr. Smith about he's the president, I think, of the Community College Board, and I don't know if he's president, but he's the one that's kind of the liaison here. I think he is president, but I'm not positive of that. And I told him that I know there may be other schools that need attention for various nursing programs or other allied health or other programs, period, and that I hope that this is not the end, that this is not a one-time fix for those, that there may be opportunities in the future if there are other needs that they have to get repaired.
So will there be funds, discretionary funds through the Community College Board to be appropriated to an individual community college?
Yes, there will be. We took the amount of funding that they had traditionally received from the bonds and the R&R. It's some number close to that. So it's not as though there's no other funds to be, there's R&R money and other bond money, and it goes through a formula that we've used traditionally I think that formula is based on square footage and enrollment, and they've got their own formula as to how they divide up that money. So each community college will receive some capital expense / bond money for projects.
And the funds that are designated in this bill, none of that is included as or categorized as ARPA, is that correct?
None of these are. I think there's some other things that may be coming on ARPA, but I'll let Senator Polk address that. This is educational enhancement funds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Turner forward. Seeing no others, please record all present by use of morning roll call for adoption of the conference report. Conference report's adopted. Now, Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the members of the Senate would direct your attention to the West Gallery, I have one of my constituents here from Gulfport, Mississippi, Pastor Dan Carr. If you stand up and have the Senate make you welcome.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 41 on the supplemental calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3012, Appropriation, Community and Junior Colleges Board, Support for Community and Junior Colleges.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You are recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The total amount of funding for community colleges, $735,676,743. The general fund portion is $204,109,878. It includes the health insurance increases, the salary progression increases. This includes $7.5 million capital expense funds for a men's dorm at Mississippi Delta Community College. They have one men's dorm there, and it's almost off limits. It's in such bad shape, and they need a new dorm desperately because parts of it are closed off. You can't even get access. I got $3 million for the capital expense funds for Holmes Community College, the tornado damage they just sustained. I think this covers everything that would not be covered by insurance for them. There are $10 million, this is what I was referencing earlier, $10 million of capital expense funds for construction and or repair and renovation projects, $5 million of EEF for CTE courses at community colleges overall, and then their funding formula increase is $5 million under EEF, and then we put $2.9 million of EEF in for technology improvements at the community college system. And that's an explanation of the conference report.
Okay, are there any questions?
If no questions, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the roll call.
Senator move we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll calls. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask to go to item 42 on today's supplemental calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3013, Appropriation Corrections Department of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The total action on this is $391,629,453. General fund is $362,878,248. A lot of stuff happening in Department of Corrections. As most of you know, they've had some changes in their facilities and also have some other things going on that relate to reviews that, they're getting conditions right. I think according to the commissioner, a lot of the stuff we did last year helped take care of some issues they've had in the prison, both with the physical plant and infrastructure. And I think you're going to hear from Senator Polk here a little bit about some additional funds that may be utilized for water and sewer projects. But they do have the health insurance increase, and we gave them an increase in the cost in per diem. They're having a difficult time retaining staff there, and one of the biggest issues we're dealing with as a state, making sure that we can recruit and retain staff to work at our prison system. We've got increases for our medical contracts, that's gone up, increases for the costs on at the local level. We've got 57 new positions at Marshall County and 89 new positions at Walnut Grove. We also had a lot fall out too. We had a lot of positions fall out, so it's kind of a complicated situation, as Senator Wiggins knows well, because he's dealt with this budget. But it's trying to we're trying to right size the Department of Corrections and make sure we're doing what we need to do to keep ourselves running the prisons right and keep ourselves from having to deal with a situation like Alabama did. We do have a position for out of special funds for a medical support position. We've got our SEC salary progressions. The vacancy funding was a big part of it. There's a lot of turnover there, so it's hard, unlike some other agencies, it's hard when you look at vacancies there because they've got so much turnover and it goes so rapidly. So you got to restore some of these positions that are falling out pretty fast. We've got a general fund increase for the cost of the parole board. That was only $31,758. And we've got the special funds. We talked about this previously. There's an inmate welfare fund. This is not general funds, not state funds, but it's their funds that they use when that we utilize when they buy products at the canteen, so to speak. But there's $1 million for inmate chapels and $1 million for incentives to get some of these prisoners to work. This includes 756 money for vehicles, general funds for vehicles, $1,095,511 for building improvements, $1,356,733 for equipment and radios, and then we've got a capital expense fund for an artificial intelligence program that's going to help. We've had problems sometimes with prisoners around the state that have not been accounted for properly, and we've had, I think, a few escapes at some point. Apparently there's a new system, AI system, that will track better every prisoner between the locals, the regionals, like your county jail, your regional jail, and the state correctional system. And that's $1.5 million. And so the total increase, of course, this includes the general funds, special funds, capital expense funds. Total increase is $49,889,374. And 43.9 of that is general fund increase. So pretty hefty hit on the corrections budget. So a large portion of our overall general fund expenditure went towards corrections, but hopefully we're shoring up this problem, and I think we've made some progress in the last year or two, and I hope we continue to get this rectified so it's not a problem in the future. So that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. President.
Okay, Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you yield?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
I yield.
For clarification, how many unfilled positions you say we have now, man?
Well, I think the number, if I remember correctly, that Commissioner Kane talked to me about was about 600 positions. Now, you got to remember, there's a lot of, we might lose hundreds. We authorized some funds last year for some additional hires, and we gained some, but I think the number that we're trying to get to is around the 600 range.
Those are the ones that are unfilled?
Yes, sir. I mean, generally speaking, yes, but, that changes almost daily with the Department of Corrections.
It does. How long has it been that many unfilled positions? Anyone knows?
I don't know if Senator Wiggins knows more about it or anybody else, but I know they showed me a sheet of how many they had filled and how many had left in the last year. And of course, we've made some progress, but maybe we haven't, we got to keep going on that.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, and Corbin tells me they're actually, which is a good thing, net positive about 200 amongst all our prisons around the state. We're net positive 200 employees. And so that's a good thing, but we've still got a ways to go to get those slots filled. And hopefully with the increase in pay, we've gotten everybody up to the SEC minimum. We're going to be in a better position to help out there.
The 200, those are the 200 against that 600 that are unfilled?
No, sir. I think, I don't remember the exact number. I know the commissioner came to see me, but it was, by way of example, maybe we picked up 700 employees, but we lost 500. It was a big number both ways.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Seymour for
I
a
yield.
question? Senator Seymour.
Mr. Chairman, on section 14, it's talking about the inmate welfare fund.
Yes.
Roughly $6 million set aside. 500,000 is toward reentry. What else do we use that money for?
The reentry and the work, if I understand the reentry and the work getting some of these inmates, what he wants to do is incentivize some of these inmates to work. If you pay them 25 cents an hour, 50 cents an hour, I don't know what it is, out of their own funds that they, the funds they spend, he thinks he can get more to work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. No general funds, no state funds. I want to make sure we're clear on that. You're not using any state funds to get, I want to be very clear about that. No state funds are being used to incentivize inmates to work.
Okay, Senator, I don't see any other questions.
If no other questions, I'll move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call and as voting aye. Conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we skip item 43.
Okay. Call up item 43. He said skip it, right? Okay. Maybe not. Okay.
All right, let me skip 43, 44, 45, and 46. I think we'll go to item 47, employment security, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3023, Appropriation Employment Security Department.
Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The total funding for MDES is $167,076,036. General funds on this is only $1,400,000. Includes the health insurance, the vacancy funding, and salary progressions. So the total increase, and all that's federal funds, total increase for over LBR is $5,324,323. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator. Move for adoption.
Move adoption, conference report by use, morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
I'd ask that we go to item 49 on the calendar. Skip item 48, go to item 49, have the title read.
48, retain its place on the calendar. Go to item 49. Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3027, Appropriation, Mental Health Department.
Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the conference report and be recognized to explain, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. The total amount of funding for mental health, this does not include the ARPA portion. We're going to come back to those ARPA bills hopefully in just a little bit, but the increases, I'm sorry, the total amount, $646,447,585, of which general funds is $221,619,746. It includes the health insurance increases and the we added a $885,960 for a new psychiatric residency program at the state hospital. And yeah, that's Corbin reminds me we did have that program, but that's the funding for it. And so the total amount of general fund increase is $1,087,514, and total of all funding is $1,442,376. I'll yield for questions if there are any. If not, I move adoption of the conference report by using more roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's adopted.
One time.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you can give me just a moment. All right, as we skip items 50 and 51, and go to item 52 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3048, Appropriation Development Authority, Mississippi.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. The total action on NDA this year is $116,256,627. The general fund portion is $22,024,526. Overall decrease, but slight increase on general funds. It includes the health insurance increase, the salary progressions, and the vacant pens. We increased the general funds to Innovate Mississippi, $450,000. We increased, or rather funded the Mississippi Book Festival, which we've done in the past, at $50,000. We increased out of the GCRF funds, the administrative expenses of $500,000. We also have the capital expense fund, same amount that we've had in the past, for $400,000 for the Skills Foundation. And then we've got the Port Improvements Fund using special funds. That's $10 million for ports, for projects at our various ports around the state to access for improvements as needed. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Senator Horn, do you have a question?
Question.
You yield for Senator Horn.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson, would you go over, you mentioned a $400,000 increase for Innovate Mississippi. What is their total appropriation?
The total, they were at 550. They're at $1 million.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
I don't see any other questions, Senator. Motion,
If
Senator.
if no further questions, I move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
Senator Hobson moves for adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye, except for Senator Moran, who's present. Please record all others present.
MDA.
Morning, no. Excuse me. Record all present, Senator Moran. Okay, all present, use of morning roll call as voting aye. Yeah. Do you wish to vote any other way? You do intend to vote yes? Okay. All right. Want to make sure, Senator. The conference report's adopted. Senator Hobson.
Ask to go to item 53 and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill number 3049, Appropriation Gulf Coast Restoration Fund to the Mississippi Development Authority.
Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is, we did this a little bit differently this year, created a separate GCRF, Gulf Coast Restoration Fund bill. It includes all the projects that the coastal group has been over and vetted thoroughly. And I'll read those projects off. The first project is $8 million for, and by the way, this includes funding for last year's. Some of these have last year's funding and this year's funding together. I think the total amount of this year's funding is around, I know it's around 30 million, but I don't have the exact figure. I can get that for you. But the total on these projects, again, over a 2-year period for those funds that hadn't been expended, the Gulfport Redevelopment Commission, it's a mixed-use downtown redevelopment project, $8 million. City of Pascagoula Waterfront Redevelopment, $3 million. Pascagoula Redevelopment Authority with the rail line development plan, $3,061,356. City of Biloxi Pops Ferry Extension Road Project, $3 million. Waveland, City of Waveland Marina, Phase 1, $2 million. Ocean Springs Redevelopment Authority, City of Ocean Springs Projects, $2 million. Moss Point Magnificent Mile, $2 million. Hancock County Port and Harbor Commission, Technology Park at Stennis Airport, Phase 1, $2 million. Pearl River County Board of Supervisors with the Pearl River County Industrial Park, $1.6 million. Long Beach Harbor Complex Restoration, $1 million. Bay St. Louis Public Safety Complex, $1 million. The MSU Research and Technology Corporation with the Cyber Center Project, $1 million. Diamond Head Commerce District Transportation, $900,000. Stone County Heritage Springwater Project, $600,000. Ocean Springs Collective Project, $400,000. Mississippi Export Railroad Project, $3.5 million. Biloxi Economic Development Foundation Downtown Redevelopment at Barks and Crest Buildings, $2 million. And the Gulf Coast Classic Foundation Rapiscan Systems Classic Tournament, $796,000. And then we've got the other projects that have been in the prior years, which we've reappropriated. And I won't go through those since they've been brought up before. That's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. President.
Okay, I don't see any questions, Senator.
If no questions, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 54 on the supplemental calendar, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3053, Appropriation Treasurer's Office.
Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The conference report, final action, $5,763,259. This includes no general funds, and it allows for the salaries that were cut and the vacancies that were plus back up. It includes the health insurance, and the total increase of special funds is $325,468. Next explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call. Voting aye. Conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's see, I want to skip items 55 through 63, and then at the appropriate time, I'd like to suspend the rules to go back and take up a couple items on the supplemental calendar.
So we need to pass and retain items 55 through 63. Senator, we'll pass and retain those items on the calendar. All right, Senator Hobson.
I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 10 on today's supplemental calendar.
All those in favor of suspending the rules go back to item 10, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
That's fine. If y'all want to stop now, I can stop. All right, thank you. I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1593, Appropriation Insurance Department.
Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
One moment, please, Mr. President. All right, thank you, Mr. President. This is the Insurance Department's conference report. The total funding is $358,204. Out of that, $13,078,204 is general funds. We included the health insurance salary progression, the vacant pens. Also, we added $207,514 for 4 new liquid gas inspectors for the insurance commissioner, $100,000 for new vehicles, and $50,000 for, and that's, by the way, that's capital expense money for the vehicles, and $50,000 of capital expense funds for smoke alarms. We also put in the rural fire truck program, $5 million. I don't know if that much has ever been put in there before. We put $5 million, and in that, y'all remember we passed the bill, we broke it down into 2 parts where we've got the traditional rounds that we talked about, but we've also got that matching program that's going to benefit some of our rural areas that can't afford to match, and so they'll get a greater match rate. We've got $2 million going to the matching assistance program, so 3 for the traditional program and 2 for the match assist on the smaller ones, and I wanted to make sure we had enough funds in there to which should cover 1 more round and the match that we've created in that bill. So I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Are there any questions?
And if not,
there's one question,
Okay.
Senator Horn, you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, question.
You yield Senator Horn for a question?
I do yield.
Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson, you know, we've had discussions about trying to get a fire suppression truck over at Hawkins Field. Is that taken care of in this bill or some other bill?
In a different bill.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I see no other questions. Senator, motion.
If no other questions, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the roll call.
Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 11 on today's supplemental calendar.
Senator moves to suspend the rules, go back to item number 11. Does anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on the legislative expenses is $34,980,992. This includes the health insurance increases, the SEC squared, and pay plan increases, even though we did a 3% for non-state personnel board, which is where our legislature falls, but it also has the general funds for operating expenses and for the Senate, and also $180,000 of operating expenses for joint operations. And then we've got general funds operating expenses, $177,735 for reapportionment. And also, much to Senator Bryan's delight, we've got $848,000 of capital expense funds going to an entirely new sound system. Apparently, we've got a sound board that's messed up, and I think that may be part of the problem. So we're getting hopefully a new sound system, and let's hope, that this thing works better than our last sound system.
Amen.
And finally, we've got some contract costs for peer, $750,000. This is a program we're utilizing capital expenses to set up. There's a company that has a program that looks into education. The company Glimpse is the name of the program that they do. We spend a lot of time going through line items on education budgets, and this company is able to look at these to see where we're spending, to make sure the dollars we're spending are utilized properly and that we're not wasting money, and hopefully we'll get a report so we'll get a better handle on some of the vendor contracts and other expenditures that are going into education. So that's the explanation of the legislative operations budget.
Okay, are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator?
None, I move adoption of the conference report by use of one roll call.
Senator, move adoption of the conference report by use of one roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Chisholm, Senator McDaniel, Senator Sojourner. Anyone else? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of one roll call as voting aye, and the conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Mr. President, we may take up one more before I yield the podium.
Yes, sir. You're recognized, Senator.
Okay. I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 22 on the supplemental calendar.
Senator moves or requests that we suspend the rules, go back to item 22 on the calendar. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I move that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1613, Appropriation Medicaid Division.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on Medicaid is $7,091,157,838. It includes general funds of $838,822,547. That includes the health insurance increases, and by the way, a lot of this is split based on the the funding that goes through Medicaid. But we got health insurance, SEC squared, SEC minimum compensation, and salary progressions. Also, the federal spending authority for medical services, and that the federal funds portion is $623,555,652. We've got the provider rate freeze, I think that Senator Blackwell has discussed for $1 million, and then the vacancy funding and restoring cuts that were made at LBR, and that's federal funds and other special funds of $7,356,293. That's an explanation of the Medicaid bill. I will yield. We did include, by the way, let me add back, say that we added back some language on some maintaining slots for assisted living home and community-based waiver program in this bill. So I will yield for questions if there are any.
Senator Jordan, do you have a question? Do you yield, Senator Jordan, for a question?
I do.
Yes, thank you very much,
Senator
Mr.
Jordan.
President. Mr. Chairman, for clarification on item number 1613, did you say 7 billion or 7 million?
7 billion.
Billion with a B?
With a B.
Okay. Now, that's not counting the amount, expansion would have been another 7 billion allotted to Mississippi, would it? Would it not
I
have been?
don't, no, sir, I don't think it'd be that much.
This is how much they give us at this time.
Well, the general.
Without any match money.
Sure. The federal fund portion of it is 5.794 billion roughly. The state fund portion is 838 million.
Okay, so that makes it about close to 7 billion. That's not a 90-10, is it? That's just the appropriation that the federal government gives for Medicaid as it is now.
It's based on the FMAP, the current FMAP, and I don't know the exact number on the FMAP, but I'm sure I can get it pretty quickly. Senator Blackwell may know.
Well, we can get it later. I just wanted clarification.
Yes, sir. That's the whatever the current percentage is on the FMAP, and I just don't know what it is at the moment.
Okay. All right. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the motion, Senator.
I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Those for adoption of the conference report by the use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Sojourner, Senator McDaniel, Senator Chisholm. I can't see. Senator Barrett. Senator Hill. Senator Hill as present. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is adopted. Okay, Senator Hobson.
I think I will rest at this point, and we will regroup and try to come back and finish them off later. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Okay. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules on today's calendar and go to item 101, Senate Bill number 2844, and have the title read, or suspend the rules.
Senator moves we suspend the rules, go back to item 1, or that we go to item 101. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator
I'd like to go to item 101 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2844, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2844, Alcoholic Beverage Control Division authorized construction of new warehouse and contracting for operations.
Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Johnson to explain the conference report.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the ABC warehouse bill that we've taken up a few times. I was going to just walk through the changes in the conference report from what we've already passed in here, and then, but be happy to answer questions on the original language if anyone has some. From the original bill that we passed, we changed the language regarding the general obligation bond to be a revenue bond, and that would be funded through a $1 bailment fee, which is a fee to the distributor or manufacturers for housing their product in our warehouse. That would be $1 per case, and it would go to a fund specifically for paying that debt. There's also added language that the House requested that would go into the contract between DOR and the private operator that makes it clear that it would be subject to state law changes so that we can make any changes necessary to alcohol language and not have any repercussions from that. We also capped the capital improvement fund. We put a quarter per shipping for capital improvements fund so that we can try to avoid being in the same position we are now with a dilapidated warehouse and equipment. We capped that at $10 million. And then we did lots of cleanup and clarification language to clearly define who was, what the private operator would be responsible for, what DOR is responsible for, and then we updated the language for DFA to be in charge of the construction of the warehouse. And with that, Mr. President, I have a request for unanimous consent to make a couple of corrections in the bill. We can put that up. we wanted to make it clear that DFA was responsible for the construction, and in going through that, I missed a couple of spots where we had DOR, and so we just need to change it in a couple of spots where it has DOR to DFA.
Okay.
There we go. That'll show you the spots where we just need to change it from DOR to DFA.
You move to
Ask
adopt
for-
the technical change?
Yes, sir.
Need unanimous consent. Anyone object? Seeing no objection.
Thank you.
Adopted.
And that is, that wraps up the changes that we made in the conference report from the original Senate language. I'll be happy to yield for questions.
Seeing no questions, Senator.
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill, Senator Seymour, Senator McDaniel, Senator Sojourner, Senator Chisholm, Senator Whaley, Senator Parker,
I might just unanimous consent.
Senator Branning, Senator Norwood. Anyone else? Blackwell as present. Anyone else? Okay, please read off those that are present or voting no.
Voting no or nay: Hill, McDaniel, Seymour, Sojourner, Chisholm, Whaley, Branning, Parker, Norwood. Voting present: Blackwell.
Okay, seeing no one else, use the morning call was requested. The conference report is adopted. So,
Mr. President,
yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Harkins, I was looking out to see who was talking to me. I'm sorry. You're recognized.
I would seek unanimous consent for Senate Bill 2063 conference report, and this is to conform what the bill we just did to the resort status bill we did the other day. And so what we would do is, Carl's going to put it on the screen. It amends line 9 by inserting the following after 1972. It says, as amended by Senate Bill number 2844, 2022 regular session, and then amends inserting the following below line 636. Warehouse operators shall have the meaning ascribed in section 1 of Senate Bill 2844, 2022 regular session. And it further amends the title to conform on line 1 by inserting the following as amended by Senate Bill 2844, 2022 regular session. And I ask for unanimous consent.
That's what I meant. Unanimous consent is required. Anyone object? Say no objection is adopted, Senator. Okay. Senator Hobson, or Senator Pope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until 4:15.
Motion is standard recess until 4:15. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Stand in recess till 4:15. Come to order. Senator Ryan.
I move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of items 118 through 132 on the calendar, and I move that the rules be suspended also to consider them all in a block.
Okay, Senator Bryan moves that we take up items 115 through 132 in block.
Well, I believe 118.
118?
I'm looking at the calendar right.
115 through 118? Okay, in block.
I think if I'm looking at the right calendar, the general
118.
calendar goes from 118 to 132.
118 to 132. We're working on two different calendars, looks like. Okay, Senator Bryan moves that we take up 118 through 132 in block. Does anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Senator Bryan.
I suppose at some point we should have the titles read.
Yeah, read the titles.
Senate nomination number 51, Melissa Henry, Melissa King, RN, ENP, DNP, Raymond, Mississippi. Mississippi Board of Nursing as a registered nurse practitioner. Unexpired 4-year term effective May 21st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2024. Senate nomination number 50, Lacey Melissa T. Gentry, MSN, AP, RN, Portland, Mississippi. Mississippi Board of Nursing as an educator, unexpired balance of a 4-year term ending June 30th, 2024. Senate nomination number 49, Jeremy Lester Commons, LNP, LPN, Louisville, Mississippi. Mississippi Board of Nursing as a licensed practical nurse, 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2025. Senate nomination number 53, William Alton Shaw, RN, NP, Weston, Mississippi. Mississippi Board of Nursing as a registered nurse at large, unexpired 4-year term effective May 21st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2024. Senate nomination number 9, Michael Jackson, Mike Catherine, Carthage, Mississippi. State Board of Barber Examiners, term effective July 23rd, 2021 for the unexpired balance of a 4-year term ending June 30th, 2024, representing the 2nd Congressional District. Senate nomination number 10, Michael Lee Mike McBunch, Tupelo, Mississippi. State Board of Barber Examiners, 4-year term effective September 13th, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2025, representing the 1st Congressional District. Senate nomination number 11, Lisa Carol Watkins, Union, Mississippi. State Board of Barber Examiners, 4-year term effective September 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2025, representing the 3rd Congressional District. Senate nomination number 22, Haley Harrison, Birmingham, RHD, Brandon, Mississippi. Mississippi State Board of Dental Examiners as dental hygienist member, 6-year term beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2027. Senate nomination number 23, Marion Lewis Grubbs, DMD, Madison, Mississippi. Mississippi State Board of Dental Examiners to represent Dental District 4, 6-year term beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2027. Senate nomination number 24, Jeff Michael Zimmerman, DDS, Gulfport, Mississippi. Mississippi State Board of Dental Examiners to represent Dental District 5, 6-year term beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2027. Senate nomination number 36, John Edward Ed Hill, MD, Oxford, Mississippi. State Board of Health as a licensed physician, 6-year term effective July 2nd, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2027. Senate nomination number 46, George Anthony Tony Hamrick, RN, LNH, Laura, Mississippi. Mississippi State Board of Nursing Administrators as a registered nurse, unexpired 4-year term, effective July 19, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2024. Senate nomination number 57, Virginia Jones, Jenny Bryan, Oxford, Mississippi. Mississippi State Board of Physical Therapy as a representative, physical therapy assistant, 4-year term, effective immediately and ending June 30th, 2023. Senate nomination number 101, Terrence D. Bonner, Columbus, Mississippi. Mississippi State Board of Massage Therapy as a licensed massage therapist, 4-year term effective January 3rd, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2025, Vice Jeff Miller. Senate nomination number 132, Dr. Robert Carrington Dews, Jr., Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Mississippi State Board of Physical Therapy as a representative of physicians, four-year term effective January 13, 2022 and ending June 30, 2024. Vice, Dr. Gene Barrett.
Senator Bryan.
I move we do advise and consent. These are nominations. They have been reported out of committee. I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves that we do advise and consent by use of morning roll call items 118, 132 in block. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all as do advise and consent. They have been approved. Okay, Senator Hobson. Senator Hobson. Do what? By the nick of time. Does he know what's coming? Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Recess for 5 minutes. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Stand in recess for 5
Let me clarify one thing that I brought up this morning before we move to the next bill on the supplemental calendar. I told you this morning that the general fund expenditure on final action was 6.297. It's actually, as you'll see, hopefully you got a worksheet, 6.292. That is apparently we had a general fund expenditure that should have been a capital expense fund on the Bureau of Buildings project, about $5 million. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on that. So the general funds is $5 million less than what we had anticipated. Of course, that means that capital expense is going to be, I think that was capital expense, is going to be $5 million over that. So with that being said, Mr. President, I ask that we go to, I think we need to suspend the rules if we don't have a supplemental 2 calendar. Suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 4 on supplemental 1 calendar, House Bill 1518.
Read the title.
House Bill number 1518, appropriation DFA for providing funds to destination marketing organizations for certain marketing activities.
Okay, we need to suspend the rules.
Yeah,
So all in
suspend the
favor, no objection, all
Aye.
in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, now we suspend the rules. Senator Hobson,
Thank
item 4, we read the title.
Title
You're
has been
recognized.
read, so I would ask that we adopt the conference report and you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the ARPA appropriation for the DMOs, which are the tourism arm of many communities. $30 million will go to them. And then also $5 million to small town museums and $5 million to the Main Street program. If there are no questions, I'd like to use the morning roll call for passage.
Move for adoption of the conference report. Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see any no's. Okay, record all present, use the morning roll call, voting aye. The conference report's adopted. Senator Hobson.
Move for suspension of the rules for immediate consideration of item 5 on the supplemental calendar 1.
Suspend the rules, go to item 5. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator
Thank you. I ask
Hobson.
the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1521, appropriation IHL for funding nurse education incentive program.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the appropriation for the nurse incentive program. As you remember, we earlier passed a bill, Senator Parks handled it, and it is for repayment of loans for nursing and respiratory therapy education students. And if there are no questions, use the morning roll call on final passage.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves adoption by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Chisholm, no. Seeing no others, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Ask that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 9 on the supplemental calendar number 1.
If you'd like to pass and retain, well, just suspend the rules, go to item number 9. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Ask the title be read.
Please read title. Item
House
number
Bill
9.
number 1542, appropriation additional to DPS for providing premium pay to law enforcement officers and firefighters.
I move
Senator
adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the appropriations bill for the premium pay for our law enforcement and firefighters. It does include $12 million for that appropriation. Just to remind you, this money can be paid back to cities and counties that may be paid a premium pay to their officers previously. It can reimburse those ARPA funds up to $1,000 each individual. And also it will not cover anyone who the governor recently, if you remember, gave $1,000 to the law enforcement. If those law enforcement officers received that $1,000, they would not be eligible for this amount. If there are no questions, I'd like to use the morning roll call for passage.
Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Norwood?
I do.
Senator Norwood. Mr. President, Senator Pope, could you share with me the relationship between House Bill 1542 and 1427?
Okay. Let me check and see which one 1427 is.
1427 is 71 on today's calendar.
Okay, that's right. Okay, Senator, the 1427 is the general bill that sets out the rules for paying this funds to the officers, and this is the appropriation only. It just appropriates the $12 million needed to fund the program.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask you one other question, Senator Pope. Was there any consideration given to social workers as far as being eligible for premium pay?
This was a House request of the $12 million they had already instituted and wanted to pass a premium pay for law enforcement and firefighters, and we accepted that negotiation with them.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pope.
All right, are there any other questions? Seeing no other questions, Senator move that we adopt the use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all, seeing none, please record all present without use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 13 on today's supplemental calendar number 1.
Senator moves or requests that we suspend the rules and go to item 13. Any objection to this procedure? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1600, Appropriation, Education Department.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator DeBar to explain.
Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1600 is the education budget. We have several budgets within the education, so I'll go through each of those, then I'll yield for questions. The general education budget is $2,355,322,277. Of that, $343,885,004 is general funds. That is $291,948,612 above LBR. The increases are due to the teacher pay raise of $245 million, covering of the healthcare insurance increases of looks like $43,409, to increase to cover the SEC squared pay raises of $2,772,408, increase of $86,123 for the research curriculum unit up at Mississippi State, $20 million of EEF for the educational facilities revolving loan program. So we're believing the $20 million and adding $20 more million of EEF to make that a $40 million program. We're increasing the early learning programs by about $32 million. We're increasing the ELCs about $8 million, so that'd be $24 million for the early learning collaboratives. We're adding $20 million of EEF for other early learning programs, and we're adding 39 positions to cover the Kellogg grant, which is being removed. That covers 39 ELC coaches. We're increasing the School of the Arts budget by $350,000 to cover some renovations. We have a line item appropriation for $1 million for the ACT work keys, which is an increase of $300,000. Math and sciences, we're adding $150,000 to cover some expenses, School for the Blind and Deaf, 150,000 increase. We're adding $5 million to our teacher supply cards, which brings that total to $25 million. We're adding $5,174,280 of general funds to the MAEP to cover some health insurance costs. We're part of the teacher pay raise. We're covering the CTE instructors as well. We're increasing the VOTEC equipment grant by $1 million to bring that to $2 million. And that is the general education budget. The Chickasaw interest, which is the federal court action, that amount is, the final action on that is $18,967,201, and that is actually less than last year, and that is set by the formula, so we don't have any discretion in that. MAEP, the total amount of that, the final action is $2,382,148,131. Of that, $2,117,035,934 is general funds. That is approximately $304 million below full funding. There still is an increase of almost $100 million over last year. And lastly, for the VOTEC Vocational Technical Education Program, final action is $105,252,755. Of that, $82,559,501 is general funds. Increases in that were due to the health insurance increases. We covered that. That's $4,644. Like I said earlier, we covered the teacher pay raise. For CT instructors, that's $4,677,299. The SEC squared salary increases of $198,000. And like I said previously, $1 million for EEF and CTE equipment, as well as the teacher pay raise. And with that quick explanation, I'll yield for any questions by any member.
I see no questions, Senator.
Final adoption, move for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Mr. President, I move we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 30 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 30 on today's calendar. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We've gone to item 30. Senator Hobson.
Ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1664, Appropriation, DFA, Office of Insurance for State and School Employees Life and Health Insurance Plan.
Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the appropriations bill of $60 million to replenish the employee state health insurance plan. As you remember, during that's the word I'm learning now. During COVID, we had so many expenses and the fund was depleted quite a lot. And we feel like this $60 million will put us back in a position to where we need to be and should be. If there are no questions, I'd like to use the morning roll call for passage.
Are there any questions? Seeing no question, Senator Polk requests adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 35 on today's supplemental calendar number 1.
Senator Hobson, that's what suspend the rules, go to item 35. Anyone object to that procedure? Anyone wish to, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator Hobson,
I move the title be read.
please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2865, Appropriation, Mental Health, Department of ARPA Funds.
Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the appropriations bill for our previously passed bills regarding mental health and our community health organizations. The appropriation is to mental health, $86,069,500, and to the community mental health associations, $18,550,000. If there are no questions, use the morning roll call for passage.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator Polk, request adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has been adopted. Senator Hobson.
I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 39 on today's supplemental calendar, number 1.
Senator Hobson moves that we suspend the rules, go to item number 39. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson,
Thank you. I ask the title be read.
please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3010, Appropriation IHL, University of Mississippi Medical Center.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action, University of Mississippi Medical Center is $1,934,478,247, of which $177,211,048 is general funds. This includes the salary progressions, health insurance, the Child Health and Development Fellowship. That's replacing federal funds that fell out. That's $1.2 million. Also, EEF funds for rural physician scholarships. We added a rural physician scholarship as part of a rotation. That's an additional $340,000 over the period of time. The way you do it is you've got to sit in, and then you'll have a 1M this year. Next year will be a 1M, 2M, then 1, 2, 3M, and 1, 2, 3, 4M, and they'll keep rotating. So it'll be essentially 16 rotating rural physician scholarships. We added the 3 rural dentist scholarships, which got them to the statutory amount that originally had been set up for rural dentists, and we used EEF funds for that. We restored salary cuts, and the 2 big ones for the university through the coronavirus state relief funds are the nursing, building a new nursing school at $55 million and $50 million towards renovations at the university hospital. So a total increase of $133,737,351. The bulk of that, $105,000, is the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. I'll yield for questions if there are any, Mr. President.
See no questions, Senator.
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
We do have a question. Senator McMahon, do you have a question?
I do.
You yield to
I
Senator
yield.
McMahon.
Yes, sir.
What's the revenue increase that we're sending to UMMC this year? You know,
said a
offhand.
revenue increase. What do you mean? The
77 million.
total amount is, in general funds will be $17 million, a little under 17, actually 16.3.
Is that an increase?
In general
last
funds,
year?
it is. Yep, that's an increase.
And that's to offset salary increases?
Well, we've got salary increases, which, and that's a big operation, so
Yeah.
significant amount to salary increases. They don't get salary increases, let me be clear. They're not for their physicians and doctors. This is for their staff workers. But then it includes that. And the health insurance is also a general fund. The salary increases in their category is the 12.8 million, just over 1 million for health insurance. And then we picked up the 1.2 million for that child health fellowship program, which was in, I think, federal funds. It was federal funds, and we've moved it, we picked it up to continue it under general funds.
I thank you for your work. You know, I support healthcare and access to healthcare for Mississippians. I'm just trying to understand what we're doing
Yes, sir.
to support the school.
Thank you.
University. Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions? Seeing no other questions, Senator.
The motion is
I'm sorry.
adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Request adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's adopted. Senator Hobson.
Ask that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 43 on today's calendar.
Suspend the rules, go to item 43, did you say?
43, yes, sir.
Item 43. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 43, Senator.
Ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3014, Appropriation Public Safety Department of.
Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Wiggins to explain.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
recognized.
To explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you. This is the Department of Public Safety appropriation bill. We increased the request by approximately 55 million. Over that, 15 million is the ARPA funds, plus we added in a number of things which I was going to go over real quickly. First, we reappropriated approximately $169,000 for the Law Enforcement Training Academy. We added language of reappropriation $93,750 for a bulletproof vest, which is what we put in last year, so we reappropriated to get that done. We also added $5 million. We added language for the operations of the CTED program to the tune of $5 million. Also to get the driver's license up and running, or I'm sorry, to finish it and get it to where we can say we've really addressed it. We appropriated $6.7 million for the driver's license indemnia system. That's a computer system that will get them up and running and in the driver's license system. Then we also spent appropriated $2.48 million for facilities, equipment, and other operational needs. And then we also appropriated a portion of the funds to help Capitol Police and the Jackson Police Department on their responsibilities within the Capitol Complex Improvement District. And as I said earlier, we appropriated $15,535,000 in ARPA funds to address their needs on that. And so the total final action on DPS was $276,571,705. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. If not, I would move adoption on the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 45 on today's supplemental calendar number 1.
Senator requests to suspend the rules, go to item 45. Does anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. On to item 45, Senator Hobson.
Ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3018, Appropriation Emergency Management Agency.
Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is MEMA bill. The total action on this is $37,913,000. Bear with me, Mr. President. $37,913,379. The general fund portion is $4,682,866. And this includes an increase in general funds, but actual slight decrease for some things that fell out on overall funding. But the increases include the health insurance, SEC squares, salary progressions, the vacant pens, equipment to expand their unmanned aerial drone program. That was $72,144 that assists them with doing reconnaissance and collection of data and information on areas that have been damaged by storms. It includes contractual increases for lab and medical costs of $62,719. Both of those have general and federal funds. The first one also had some other special funds in it. $30,000 travel increase, federal fund subsidies for grant money of $1,936,034, and then coronavirus relief funds, fiscal relief funds to defray eligible expenses in connection with COVID-19, which are the ARPA funds, and that was $3,170,000. That's an explanation of the conference report. I will yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no question.
The motion would be adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 46 on today's calendar.
Senator Hobson requests that suspend the rules, go to item 46. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Appropriation Military Department.
Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The total amount of funding for the military department is $176,965,546. This is general funds $8,668,520. Includes the health insurance increase, cost of living increase, productivity line increase. Those are other special funds. We've got salary progressions, restoration of cuts. We've got EEF funds for the State Education Assistance Program of $2 million. This is to assist the military department. I think most states in the Southeast, all but Mississippi and one other state, actually provide scholarships for members of the National Guard for college education, and we're putting $2 million to assist in scholarships for members of Mississippi National Guard. $1 million is included to construct an equipment storage facility at Camp Shelby. That's capital expense funds. Also, Senator Horn will be glad to know we've got $940,000 for the foam truck at Hawkins Field. That's also capital expense funds. $800,000 of general funds for maintenance and repair requirements. Another $25,000 for the Mississippi State Guard, and $10,391,000 coming out of ARPA for capital projects with the military. So that's an explanation of the conference report. I will yield for questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
No questions. I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Not voting, Senator DeBar. Anyone else? Please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
We'll come back to that later when we get the sign. Oops. Let's see, Mr. President. As we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 61 on today's supplemental calendar 1.
Item 61, Senator.
61, yes, sir.
50 or 60?
61.
61, okay. Senator, as we suspend the rules, go to item 61 on the calendar. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3062, appropriation additional to DFA Bureau of Building ARPA funds.
Senator Hobson.
I move that we recommit this item for further study.
You're recognized.
I move that we recommit.
Oh, move it, we recommit. Senator moves to recommit. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. The bill's recommitted. Senator Hobson.
I ask that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 59 on today's supplemental calendar 1.
Senator requests to suspend the rules, immediate consideration, item 59 on today's calendar. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. On item 59, Senator Hobson.
I move that the title, I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3060, appropriation additional to the Health Department for the COVID-19 Hospital Capacity Program and Operations, ARPA funds.
I move the adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the appropriation bill for two different segments of our ARPA funding. The first is $12 million for our hospitals that increase the number of their ICU beds and their negative pressure beds. We were going to be able to allow $200,000 for each ICU bed and $50,000 for each negative pressure room bed. The second part of this is a $25 million appropriation for a local provider innovative grant program, and this will ensure that doctors, hospitals, and clinics will be able to increase the ability of telehealth, increase their communication between computer and other areas like that. The max grant for each one of these proposals would be $250,000 to any one particular hospital, clinic, or doctor. If there are no questions, use the morning roll call. Passage.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator requests adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Mr. President, I'm going to move to the general bills, and I would move, I don't know if have we been through the calendar, the supplemental calendar fully? I think we have, but.
I think so, but.
Okay, well then I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 68.
Senator requests that we suspend the rules, go to item 68. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it.
I move, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1424, criminal investigators, increase salaries of and provide for additional appointments of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Well, folks, this is when you've been up here too long. I thought I'd already taken this bill up today, but this is the pay increase for the criminal investigators. Their salary will bump from $59,500 to $63,000, and this is the statutory portion. Maybe I'm recalling the appropriations version, but this is actually the statute, and it again bumps the salary from $59,500 to $63,000. If there are questions, I'll yield. I do yield for questions. If there are none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator requests adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 73 on today's supplemental calendar 1.
Senator requests to suspend the rules. Go to item 73. Does anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. We're on item 73. Senator Hobson.
Ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2780, State Budget, bring forward certain provisions, create the Coronavirus Capital Project Fund and transfer funds.
Senator Hobson.
I move that we recommit for further conference.
Senator moves that we recommit for further conference. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. It was recommitted. Senator Hobson.
I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 74 on today's, 71.
71. Senator requests that we suspend the rules. Go to item 71. Does anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. We're on to item 71. Senator Hobson.
I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1427, law enforcement officers and firefighters provide premium pay to.
Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are about to pass the general bill that explains the appropriations bill that we passed previously for $12 million for our law enforcement and firefighters. Quickly, I'll go over it again. I did mention it when we were doing the appropriation, but this is the bill for firefighters, for law enforcement officers to get a $1,000 premium pay stipend. It does not cover anyone that has is a law enforcement officer and / a firefighter. If there's more than one definition for that person, he would only or she would only get one check. The other thing is cities and counties who maybe did a premium pay for those same individuals would be able to be reimbursed with this fund for $1,000 per individual. If an individual received the law enforcement stipend, that premium pay that the governor gave out recently, they would not be eligible for these funds. If there are no questions, I'd like to use the morning roll call for passage.
Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Kelvin Butler, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Butler? Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pope. And I think you explained this earlier. I just want to make sure I understand. Now, when the governor gave that $1,000 to law enforcement, everybody didn't get it?
I don't know the answer to that question, but if they did get the governor's 1,000, they won't be eligible for this amount. So if they did not get money, they will be able to get it through this program.
So I guess you're just trying to make sure if anybody fell through the cracks, that they will make sure that they get it.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, Senator requests adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has passed. Okay, Senator Hobson.
Yes, Mr. President, we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 25 on today's calendar.
Item 45?
25.
25. Senator, as we suspend the rules, go to item 25. Anyone object to that procedure? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on item 25. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1626, Appropriation Capital Post-Conviction Counsel Office of.
Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
This is post-conviction counsel office. The total amount of funding is $2,163,303. That includes general funds of $1,948,045. Has the health insurance increases, salary progressions, pay raise, the pay raise that goes along with the DA pay raise and judicial pay raises that we've discussed. We got that general bill too. Also general funds to replace some special funds that have been lost, and then special funds authority to spend down some of their special fund cash they've got for agency operations. That's $215,258, and $140,000 of general funds to hire experts. This is that increased workload, some of the additional work the judges and DAs and capital post-conviction and public defender will all be doing to help clear up some of this backlog and increased duties that they're going to all have to get this taken care of. So total increase on funding is $602,716. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Senator, you move for adoption.
Adoption, yes.
The Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has been adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules, immediate consideration of immediate consideration item 67 on today's calendar.
67. Senator requests that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration on item 67. Does anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator
I ask
Hobson.
that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1423, State Appellate and Trial Judges and DAs increased salaries of.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain. The general bill, we've already covered the raised bills, or most of them, not all of them. This is the general bill that deals with the judges and DA pay raises. Those are codified in statute. Those raises will take place effective January 1, 2023, after the elections this year for all levels of judges. And of course, it's different amounts for the judges, and then the pay raises for the district attorneys will take place at the same time, and those pay raises are $8,500 per district attorney. And then, of course, that affects the additional assistants, assistant DAs, and other persons working in those offices. And it affects, as I said earlier too, After 2023, it has some effect on those pay of the persons that we're bringing in for the additional workloads on the case backlog that we have. So there is some additional language, just clarification, that they can employ part-time legal assistants who can serve for the DA, but they can't be engaged in the private practice of law, and they have to receive funds outside of the state. So it's not going to be state support. If a county wants to support, or any other district wants to support some of their own funds to help pay for part-time DAs and legal assistants, they can do that. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions if there are any, Mr. President.
Senator Kelvin Butler, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just got one question, Mr. President.
You yield,
Yes,
Senator
I
Butler.
yield.
Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hobson. Now, you said the judges that they'll get the raise in 23, the new judges.
Correct.
You know, and then the DAs will get it in 23 also. I think the election is next year for DAs, isn't it?
That's, let me make sure that's right. They will get their pay raise will be 2023, even though it is before their election, because they're on the same cycle as we are. They're not in the judicial pay raise. And I think the DAs haven't had a pay raise since 2000 and either 12 or 14. It's going to be 11 to 9 to 11 years.
No, I'm not against the pay raise. I just know that he said that the judges were getting theirs after the election, and I know the DA rate election is next year.
Right.
Okay, thank you,
We've got
Mr.
some other pay raise issues, but they won't go into effect till after the elections. But in this case, the DAs will go into effect before it'll start, same time the judges' pay raise starts.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. No question. Or
Motion would be
any other
adoption,
questions? Seeing none, Senator.
adoption of the conference report by use of the roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Barnett.
To the vote, Mr. President. I would like to announce a pair. If Chris McDaniel.
Let us finish voting, then do the pair, if you don't mind, Senator. So all in favor say aye, all opposed no. Now we're back. So anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record. President? President? You do the pairs usually after you vote. So, all right, Senator, go ahead and announce the pair.
If Senator McDaniel were here, he would vote no, and I vote aye.
Okay. Senator Chisholm? No. Anyone else? Seeing none, please read those off. Make sure we have it correct.
What's that? You got a pair with surgery. Come on. No, it's just one. Hey, where's Buck? Where's Buck? No.
That's what I was.
Vote minute.
Okay, did you read those off?
Voting no, Chisholm. President Hill and Barnett announced a pair with him saying yea, McDaniel saying no.
Okay, the conference report has been adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 50 on today's supplemental calendar number 1.
Senator requests that we suspend the rules, go to item 50 on the calendar as title be read. Well, all in favor, any objection, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, ayes have it. Now, you wish to read the title.
Senate Bill number 3028, Appropriation, Transportation Department, Upstate 8, Road Construction Office of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Branning to explain.
Senator Branning, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the budget for the State Aid Road Department, and the final action on this is $189,978,508. And basically, this amount is the LBR, plus we added back the funding for the health insurance increase of $5,292, funding for restoration of 3 vacant positions for $216,048, and then funding for the salary progressions at 3% in the amount of $132,520. So the total increase to their budget this year will be $353,860. I'm happy to answer questions. Otherwise, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing no question, adoption of the conference report been requested by the use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has been adopted. Now, Michelle, did you wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 112, House Bill 451, and ask the title be read.
Suspend the rules, go to House Bill number 112. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Ayes have it. And Senator Michelle, you're on item 112.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, last Friday we passed Senate Resolution 605 to have further study on this issue. This is the wind pool bill, and my motion is going to be that we recommit this. And the good news is that we've already got another conference report that we've agreed to, but because of procedural, because of the suspension of the rules, we need to recommit this bill. So my motion is recommit House Bill 451 for further study. Glad to answer your questions.
The motion was what, Senator?
Recommit House Bill 451 for further study.
Motion is to recommit House Bill 451. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. The bill's recommitted. Thank you, Senator. Now, Senator Post.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess, subject to call the chair.
Senator moves to stand in recess, subject to call the chair. All in favor say aye. Aye. Be about 5 or 6 minutes. Thank you, Senator. Stand in recess. Senate back in order. Senator Bryan, did you wish to be recognized?
Public Health will meet immediately upon recess
Public Health.
in 216.
Okay, Senator Moran.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I need to call a quick meeting for gaming in room 210 upon recess.
Okay, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adjourn in memory.
You're recognized.
When the Senate adjourns today, I ask they do so in memory of Miss Betty Hallmark. She passed away last week in Kentucky, but she is originally a resident born in Starkville, Mississippi. So when the Senate adjourns, they do so in her memory.
Okay. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess till 6:30.
Senator moves to stand in recess to 6:30. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Stand in recess to 6:30.